Hello. Welcome to Song of Ice and Fire Theory and Chill session. This is another off-the-cuff video, but a little bit of a different topic from last time. Last time, we started with Illyrio, and then got caught up in the weeds of the pink letter theory. This time, we're going to be looking at Winterfell and the pink letter theory. I've got my pink letter script on the side here, so you can see I am working on it. It's just taking a very long time. This is all Northern conspiracy stuff over here. I decided that it was like too much to tackle in one video, proving the Northern conspiracy exists and like who's part of it. So I just kind of said, you know, we're going to assume that they exist and these people are part of it for the purposes of pink letter theory. We'll have to go into that some other time or something like that. Seeing people pull into the chat here. Hey, Steven. Hello, Margot. And hi, John. We're just doing pink letter stuff here. Right now, I'm in the late stages of pink letter theory video, and I thought I would talk with the community while I'm writing this. Trying not to spoil too much, but you know, I start with the letter itself, and then we get into some initial problems, discussing how we're going to look at the letter, and then a couple of requirements for somebody to have written the letter. I'm not sure if it's completely clear on stream, but that's okay. There's going to be a really long video about it. And then I got a suspect list. I got 30 suspects. I think this is pretty comprehensive. Obviously, you got all the main people who are suspects here. I didn't really put them in any particular order. We of course, narrow this list down pretty hard to 3 top suspects. But I don't want to spoil too much for the video. But yeah, we got like 30 different suspects. And I narrow it down to 3, and then I'm theorizing that one of them wrote it. It's not going to be Ramsay Bolton. I think almost everybody agrees on that, but you know, he is a top suspect for having written the letter, so you have to go through the process of eliminating him. So we do that in the video, and right now I'm taking notes on where everybody is when the actual incident takes place. So we can get some characters and start piecing this together. And then also the layout of Winterfell was something I was trying to hammer out. The 2 big things is oh, that's not very good. Let's try new layer on top of everything and call this tokens or something. And yeah, one of the big things is where is Barbary Dustin? So if we go into, I had a tab open. Yeah, that's Dance with Dragons. It happens in Theon 1. Where's Theon 1? Theon 1. Okay, basically we can take out a list of people here and figure out where everybody is at the time of the escape And when you do that, Barbary Dustin is missing, which I find interesting, I guess. I need a Maester token. We'll use Pycelle. And need some other tokens too. Yes, Mancerator, of course. And Ryswells. Wanderer Locke. Ramsay Bolton. Bruce Bolton. Aeon. Tycho isn't there. And I think that's... Oh, Wyman Manderley. Of course, of course. Alright, what's going on in the chat here? Papercut 7 is just dropping by. Yeah, nice to see you. Hope you're enjoying your reread of A Song on Ice and Fire. Walder is saying, glad to see you're already down to business. Yeah, we got very sidetracked in the last video, so I wanted to start off strong and get right down to brass tacks. On Panda asks, what are some themes in A Song of Ice and Fire that you feel some fans miss or undervalue? Actually, I don't think there's a whole lot of themes that people miss in A Song of Ice and Fire. I think, thematically speaking, the community is actually very on point. And people pick up things that I miss sometimes, so... yeah, I think the community is, by and large, pretty good at spotting things. Anyway, I'm going to resize all these tokens and put them into place. I think Andrew Locke might actually be missing as well, but we'll see. And I just have one token for the Ryswell brothers because they look the same. I also don't have a token for the 3 Maesters. One of them's young, so maybe I'll use Gendry. Obviously, Gendry is not at this castle, but I needed a young guy to show the 3rd Maester. 2 of them are old, and one of them is young. Alright, so if we go into Theon 1, we're going to see he's at... First of all, Theon starts in the stables. And nobody of importance is in the stables. So maybe we can put a cross on where people aren't. We're not going to count like ordinary guards as like real people. Big ol' X on the stables. There's nobody important there. Theon was there at the start of the chapter. Just in terms of like, oh, where is Barbary Dustin? Well, we know she's not. We can suspect that she's not in the stables because Theon doesn't see her there at the start of the chapter, and we don't see her travel there during the chapter. So it is an assumption, but it's a pretty safe assumption to make that she's not in there. There's no real reason to be in there either. Anyways, so Theon's in the Great Hall, right over here. Okay, and in the Great Hall with him is Abel, that's Mancerator, Rowan, that's one of the Washer wives, and another one named Squirrel. Okay, so Manserator is in here as well. Great Hall. And then we got Roose Bolton walks in and his wife. Okay, so Roose Bolton's in here and his wife. I'm not going to put a marker for her. And then we got Umber, Frey, and Roger Ryswell. We also have Wyman Manderly and Lord Locke. Okay, so there's Andrew Locke. So Andrew Locke is there. Wyman Manderly is there. And we have the Ryswell dad. Let's see here. I do have a token for his sigil. Somewhere here. Oh yeah, Stout as well. I'm assuming he's in the Great Hall, but I don't actually remember. Slate and Ryswell. Jane Poole we don't need because she's with Theon the whole time, so we don't have to really account for her. Frey, I guess, could be a useful token. Alright. Never heard of this Locke character. Yeah, he's a minor lord, or sir. Sir or lord, I don't know. He's sworn to Wyman Manderly, so it's basically the same person. Like, Wyman Manderly is going to be using Locke as an agent, so if Locke is missing, then Wyman Manderly is responsible for something, right? Because he's ordering Locke to do something, is the idea. Okay, so anyways, Ryswell is there, Frey is there. Okay, oh yeah, Umber. I thought I had a token for Umber. Character tokens. I got one for Clytus. There's Morris Umber and Hother Umber. I'm looking for Hother right now. Might not have made a token for him. Author. Oh, I got Morse. Don't seem to have Hother Umber. Okay. We can just use, what's his face? Great John Umber as a stand-in for Umber, and pretend that that's Hother Umber. Alright, what's going on in the chat? I had a thought it could be someone like Barbary Dustin or Maester Tybalt, assuming he's a Lannister, who wrote the Pink Letter. Yeah, it could be. Roose Bolton, too, if Ramsay is busy with the battle, Roose could have written it in Ramsay's place. Yep, in the video, I analyzed those characters. But right now, I'm trying to figure out the logistics of this whole situation. All right, so we got tokens for all those guys. Lord Ramsay appeared as well. Okay, so Ramsay's in the Great Hall. And he's like, oh, this isn't gonna work. Stout is there as well. Okay, so we can put Stout here. I can't recall who Stout is sworn to. But he's sworn to either Dustin or Manderly. don't. Yeah, sworn to Dustin. So Dustin's bannerman is here, but Dustin herself isn't. I don't know, kind of weird. Okay, blah, blah, blah. There's no more names here. Right, and then, so Theon notes that Mance Raider has been operating out of the burned tower, which is another name for the broken tower. So Mance Raider has been operating out of here. There's something we need to note. I don't know if I can make this look different. Oh, whatever. We'll just try to remember what that means. Okay. And here we go. All right. Hostine Frey walks in. Big Walder has been killed. Uh-oh. Butchered like a hog and shoved beneath a snowbank. This is no work of ours. Right? All of Mance's party is in the Great Hall when this murder happens. They were there overnight, and they claim not to have done it. They claim this in secret to Theon when they readily admit to other murders. So there's no real reason for them to lie about this. Somebody else is killing people. And Barbary Dustin is nowhere to be found. Along with Slate. And so far, the two Ryswell brothers. Under that ruined keep, the one with the old gargoyles, where Mance Raider is operating. That's where Frey is found. That's where the body is found. In a snowbank somewhere here. Put dead Frey over there. Josh is asking, do you think Gurm did all of these logistics? I'm not sure. I don't know whether he did all of this. I'm also not sure this is what Winterfell looks like. This is just an assumption. You know, based off of descriptions of what happened, right? So Catelyn's sick room is across the yard from the library, which is somewhere near the kennels and the kitchens, and the Rookery is next to the kitchens, but I don't actually know what's going on. But anyways, I wanted to explore, like, where the heck is Barbary Dustin and what is she doing before I finalize the video. And I thought it might be cool to go over with the community to see, like, what we can catch. Anyways, we're gonna see that these two maesters come into the Great Hall soon. Yeah, anyways, so Frey's been killed where Mance operates, but Mance didn't do it. Says it was some White Harbor people who owed him money, and then he looked for them over there. And then we have this banger line. Had he lived, he would grow up to be a Frey. It's just amazing. All right, so then they go at each other's throats. People are dying. What else have we got? Maester Rookery, right? So that's one of them. Okay. And then we got the other Maester. Where is he? Maester Medric. See? There's the second Maester. Where is the third Maester? And where is Barbary Dustin? Isn't that weird that a Maester and Barbary Dustin are missing at the time that the escape happens and that presumably the pink letter is written? I don't know. It's a little weird. Okay, and again, we're reminded that Mance is in this room the whole time. He could not have committed these murders. He's been in the room the whole time. Also, I saw like a crackpot Valyrian steel tinfoil theory out there that Mance Rayder was glamoring as Ramsay Bolton, but they're literally in the same room at the same time. So I would seem to put a hole in that theory. Anyways, so then they give the Mance gives the signal, and then this is the last we ever see of Mance Rayder in A Song of Ice and Fire so far. He's sitting in the high table in the Great Hall. Okay, that's the last we ever see of him. They go do the plot now. And yeah, we don't see a couple of key people. It's weird. There's a couple of Northmen praying in front of the Godswood, so they're going to the Godswood to, I guess, fetch water? I don't know why they're at the Godswood. Oh yeah, they also, right? Somebody else also killed Yellow Dick. But they deny it, even though they readily admit to killing the other people. There just doesn't seem to be any reason to deny killing those people. I'm trying to see. Okay. So anyways, so Theon goes, right, he goes here, he's going through, presumably he goes up the yard, he goes all the way over here, goes all the way over here, into the Godswood where people are praying by the tree. I don't know, it's a little weird. Yeah. Thinking about killing her, but they... Okay, so they're meeting up in the Godswood. Okay, so it's just a rally point, right? Okay. The yards are crawling with fools. They mean to ride out. Right, so Frey is no longer in here. He's at the stables. Nobody else important is at the stables. It's just kind of Frey. Maybe Ramsay is over there, but it's not confirmed that Ramsay's coming with them, I don't think. We gotta read this carefully. Yeah, it's just the Freys who turned away to lead their horses from the hall. Yeah, Ramsay is still in the Great Hall. He hasn't left to the stables, so... and that would make sense based on what we know of the Winds of Winter. Oh yeah, by the way, the Pink Letter video is going to be using the sample chapters from the Winds of Winter to help solve the mystery. Just as a heads up. Yeah. Those sample chapters actually do reveal like a ton of information. I remember when they first came out, we all were like, oh my god, these are the most boring chapters ever, and they don't like tell us anything new, but they actually do tell us like a lot. So I'm glad that we have them. You just have to read them closely, and then they reveal a lot of information. A lot of information. Okay, so their yard's crawling with fools. They're disguising themselves. I guess they're doing this like in the broken greenhouse or something. That would seem logical. If there's Northmen praying over here, then probably over there. Okay, so then they go to kitchen. It's in a building all on its own, set well apart from the castle's main halls and keeps in case of fire. Yeah, so this is part of the mystery. I'm looking at the chat now. I'm seeing a lot of questions, so I'll probably address these and come back to the mystery. Hawkbird Tree is asking, how large do the Photoshop files end up being? This is Illustrator, but yeah, they end up being pretty big. I'm zoomed in 600% right now, so this is 100%. So this is normal size, and it goes out even further. The reason I have this map is I was making it for a war game. And we needed the layout. We were, a friend of mine, James, was going to run a war game set in Winterfell. He was going to war game out, the Battle of Winter between Stannis and the Boltons. And so he needed an up-to-date map of Winterfell. So I went in and made sure that everything was labeled in the castle itself, and then giving some notes from the book to figure out where everything is, sort of the general lay of the land. And Wintertown, I don't think this is fully accurate Wintertown, but it didn't really matter. The important bit of Wintertown is that there's going to be like some kind of physical obstacle for an army. That you wouldn't be able to march an army very well from the east side of the castle. You would want to approach from the north or the west. Probably the west is your best bet. But like those kinds of tactical considerations. And now I'm using it for the pink letter theory, because that's what I've got. Yeah, they end up being pretty big. Josh is saying, I think there's 3 possibilities. I think this is referring to Gurm. 1, Gurm did the logistics. 2, Gurm doesn't need to do the logistics. He just is magically able to puzzle it out in his head. Where 3, Gurm is absolutely just winging it. I think Gurm probably has like a 2D rough sketch of where everything is, probably in terms of Winterfell. Like, I don't know. The descriptions are pretty consistent across the books, so. Robin is saying, I argue Gurm did plan this out methodically. He's the one putting the players in place for the mystery to exist. Yeah, I don't know. Joss is asking me which of the 3. I don't know if he meticulously did the logistics of this escape, but I do think he has a map of Winterfell somewhere, sitting scribbled on a piece of paper, at least roughly. I don't know if he has like the exact dimensions of everything, but like a rough map. Cody is saying Barbary knows other things, like the location of the crypts. Yes. And we're going to get to that. Harsh Melon is asking, what are we solving today? Yeah, so for people joining us right now, we are doing Pink Letter. We're looking at Theon 1, A Dance with Dragons. This is the chapter where Theon escapes, and we're trying to account for where everybody is. So we have been meticulously reading through the chapter, and basically everybody of note is in the Great Hall, except for a few characters. Notably, Barbary Dustin is missing. Ace Frey and Hostine Frey are over at the stables, but other than that, nobody important is at the stables. So Barbary Dustin isn't at the stables, wherever she is. And she's also not in the Great Hall. We know that. She's also not in the Godswood. Nobody of import is in the Godswood. There's a couple, like, generic Northmen there, but in terms of Barbary Dustin, I don't think he would describe her as a generic Northman, so I think it's pretty safe to say that she's not in the Godswood. Otherwise, Theon would have spotted her or seen her traveling to or from. So where is Barbary Dustin? She knows about the crypts. Could she be in the crypts? I don't know. She's probably also not in the kennels with Ramsay's dogs. That is supposition, but I'm gonna just assert that. She's probably not hanging out with Ramsay Bolton's dogs. That seems unlikely for a highborn lady to do. Yeah. So eliminated a few places where Barbary Dustin can be. Right, so anyways, Phlogistinator is asking what's happening and why are there 2-pie cells. Yeah, the 2-pie cells are just generic old Maester icons, and then Gendry is the young Maester. So there's 3 Maesters, 2 of them are old, 1 of them is young. The young guy is also conspicuously missing, and you know, the young guy, you know, he can read and write. He's a Maester. He has access to the Rookery when the other Maesters are gone, and he also knows, you know, which raven goes to Castle Black. I think it's highly likely whichever party did send the pink letter was cooperating with this young Maester, whose name I forget, but I wrote it down somewhere. Maester Henly. Maester Henly is missing. You know, ordinarily, when a Maester is not performing any duties, they hang out in the Maester's tower and or the Rookery. In Winterfell, that's the same place. That's also the same place in the Red Keep. So we should assume that he's in the Rookery at the critical time when the letter is presumably sent, right? So yeah, I think it's highly likely, and really anybody could cooperate with him, right? Like Ramsay could say, "Oh, send this when this happens," or Roose could say, "Oh, send this when this happens," or Wyman Manderley could say, "Oh, send this when this happens." So it doesn't really implicate anybody specifically, but I think in terms of like logistically speaking, who actually sent the letter at the critical time, like this guy is unaccounted for, and we should be assuming that he's in the Rookery at the critical time. Like that implicates him as having physically sent the letter. Whoever did send the letter, which is interesting because now we're implicating multiple people, right? Like if it's Mance Rayder, it's not just Mance Rayder, it's Mance Rayder and this Maester, or it's Barbary Dustin and this Maester. Right. Anyways, Cody's saying, I think the Godswood is bigger than your map shows. It's like a third of the castle. Yeah, it might be. But then I would have to move everything around, and I don't want to, and I'm lazy, so I'm not going to do that. Nog is saying, when are you making the video clearing Maegor's name? Never. I'm not gonna rehabilitate Maegor. Flogistinator asks, what if Barbary Dustin just likes dogs and she's in the kennels? No. No. She's a highborn lady, guys. She can't be smelling like dogs. Also, I think Ramsay's dogs would probably like snap at her and stuff, right? Yeah, it seems like a pretty dangerous proposition. All right, so we have these people unaccounted for. We've eliminated some places where they might be. Let's keep reading Theon 1 and see if we can eliminate a few other pieces. Right, okay, so yeah, so the other thing is the kitchen is in its own building. It's set well apart from the main keep area over here, which means it's on the other side of the castle, right? And it's in its own building. So I put it over here. It's also a very large, cavernous kitchen. So I made it a big building kind of over here, but I don't actually know what's going on. Yeah, I took a lot of the layout from this person's map, who I don't have this person's information. Ryusma. Anyways, you can steal the map if you want. Basically all I did was change the labels to actually have the names instead of having to read a number grid. And I changed the shape of a lot of buildings because they're noted to be octagon shaped on the outer wall and square shaped corners on the inner wall. So a lot more squares than circles, basically. And then there were a few missing labels, like the sick room wasn't on that map, so I wanted to know where it was. When I was working on some cat's paw stuff. Anyways, the kitchen, yeah, so looking for the kitchen. Kitchen. Hunter's Gate is close to the kennels and the kitchens. Yeah, so it's definitely on this side of the wall. West side of Winterfell. Trying to find where the kitchens are. I don't know. I think we'll just keep them here. Yeah, so anyways, the point is, they go to the kitchens, and Barbary Dustin isn't there, and none of the other people are there. Right, so they go along here, and they're going along here, and they come through, and they go down, and they go all the way over here, past the Freys, going into the stables, and then into the kitchen. And they're in the kitchen, and this whole time that they pass through basically all of Winterfell, they do not see Barbary Dustin or any of the other missing people. They do see the Freys. But in the kitchens themselves, they don't see anybody of import. It's just random Bolton guards. Okay, so they fill the water in the kitchen, and there's a maze of trenches in this sort of courtyard area. That was another thing that I was going to try to see if I could figure out, but I don't know. Okay, so now there's White Harbor men in the courtyard. Half a dozen seasoned Dreadfort men guard the doors of the Red Keep. Again, we're at the Red Keep and the Great Keep, and we don't see anybody of importance inside the Red Keep other than, Jane Poole. Not seeing anybody important in this building. So they're not in the Great Keep either. Yeah, they're also not at any of the gates. We know that, or any of the walls, really. Okay. When Theon goes up here, we're going to see that he doesn't see anybody important over there. We already eliminated the greenhouse because he was probably in there. Yeah, there's really... I mean, we can assume that they're not in the guards hall either. Which, again, is a presumption, but it's a reasonable assumption that they're not in the guards hall. Like, why would they be hanging out with the common guards? That doesn't really make a lot of sense. They're not accomplishing anything there. They could be in the armory. They could have taken the bridge from the Great Keep, but it doesn't really seem like people are allowed in the Great Keep other than the Boltons. So I don't know about that. I mean, they could be in the Sept, maybe. But I think the Sept is burnt down, so I don't know. The library tower is also burned down, but they might be in it anyway. People are in the broken tower, even though that's semi-burned down, and they're in the first keep as well, even though that's pretty much ruined. So maybe they're over there. Anyway, let's keep reading. So they go back across the yard. They still don't see Barbary Dustin at all. No sign of any of the missing people. They go to the Red Keep. The Great Keep. Oh my god, I keep saying the Red Keep. They go to the Great Keep, and they grab Jane Poole. And now they have Jane Poole. They hear a horn, a trumpet, the Freys assembling for battle. Okay, so now the Freys are like, in here somewhere. They're ready to go. Almost. All right. We're at Jane Poole. She's having difficulty leaving. And they convince her to go. Yada, yada, yada. Still nobody of note here. Okay. Then they leave. We still don't see anybody important. They got their backs turned. Great Keep is lost behind them. Now they're in the yard. Okay. They're almost lost in the yard. They're somewhere in here. Castle is all around them. Okay. And then beyond the castle walls, Winter was waiting with its icy teeth. This way, he said, when they came to a junction where 3 trenches crossed. See, this seems likely to be this intersection right here, if you know what I mean. So let me try and draw this out, okay? It seems likely that there's some kind of intersection here, right? Because you would have people trying to go this way. Let's see. Let's try to figure out where this 3-way trenches. Okay, so there's a 3-way trench somewhere. And it's going to look like that, right? Unless I'm reading this wrong. Where 3 trenches cross. Oh, it's not a 3-way intersection. There's 3 different trenches. Okay, my bad. My mistake. So it could be a 4-way. Yeah, it's going to be something like that almost, isn't it? We don't know where she's staying, do we? I'm assuming the Great Keep or guest house. If she's residing in the first keep, it's really close to Mance's HQ. Nobody is staying in the first keep. The first keep is ruined. So, in terms of Barbary Dustin, she's either staying in the guest house or the Great Keep. From kennels to bridge is another common path for sure. Yeah. So one of the trenches would for sure be this. This is a major 3-way, right? And then we gotta have 2 more trenches. So one of them could be to the guest house. Yeah. Okay. So one of them is from the Great Keep. I have to remember that. That's 1 minimum, and then the other one is here. And then, yeah, the third one would be like over here, right? The guest house, probably. Would that be 3 trenches, though? I don't know. This is the problem with analyzing like this. Is like, I mean, like, how would you describe this? To me, I would describe this as 2 trenches meeting, right? This is 1 trench that goes from the guest house to the Great Keep, and then this is another trench. Like, I don't know. It could also be this, right? When one goes to the armory, and then I guess that from Theon's perspective would be 1 that goes across, and then maybe he doesn't count this one. He's counting 2, 3. Because there has to be a trench from the guest house, because people need to travel there. They're saying lose the guest house trench, move the Great Keep trench up a little. Yeah, I guess if you offset it a little bit and it looked more like that, and he comes up to this intersection and it's like, all right, we got 1 going this way, 1 going that way, 1 going that way-ish. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No, this could be it. If he counts this as one big boy, right? Counts this as like 1 big trench, like that, and then this is 1 big trench, and then this. We'll use pink or something. It's probably going to be difficult for colorblind folks to figure out, but I don't know how else to. Oh yeah, brown maybe. Okay. This could be 3 trenches, right? 1, 2, 3, and then that would make sense. I guess. Three trenches crossing is a Y shape. Yeah, that's what I assumed, but it's confusing in the text. We know that one of them has to be this, and we know that one of them has to be this guy right here. It's like, what's the third trench? is it the guest house or is it the armory? Or is it both and it's talking about this, right? It could be this. Would you call that 3 trenches meeting though? Like, I don't know about that. I mean, technically it's a Y branch here, but I don't think I would call, like, if I happened upon this intersection, I wouldn't call this a 3-way. I would call it a 4-way intersection. Here, at least, you know, Theon, like, from his perspective, right? From his perspective, he's looking at what looks to be like 3 different trenches, right? From his perspective. So he's here. And then he's looking, and he can identify this as 1 trench, and then this is 2, this is 3. I guess, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. And X is 4-way. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Hardrada is asking, what are we theorying? We are doing Pink Letter right now, and we're trying to work out the logistics of where everybody is. So I'll go over it again for people just joining us. So we're reading Theon 1, Dance with Dragons. We're about 3/4 through the chapter if anybody wants to read along. And Theon has left the Great Keep with Jane Poole, and we're trying to see where is Barbara Dustin, because all of these people are in the Great Hall. Frey is over here by the gate somewhere assembling his forces, and he's about to go out. And then the young Maester, Henly, is presumably at the Rookery, given that he has nowhere else to be. So that would kind of explain where he is. But we don't know where Barbara Dustin is. We know that Mance worked out of the Broken Tower, and we know that little Walder Frey was found dead basically at the Lich Yard, or around there somewhere. And at the time, Mance was physically in the Great Hall, and so were all of his spear wives, so he didn't do it, and then he also like denies having done it when he admits to the other murders. So like, who killed Frey? Again, Barbara Dustin is missing when this guy turns up, so that's a little weird. Anyways, right now we're reading a section about the trenches. So the text is, he's leaving, he's not 10 yards from the door, okay? 10 yards away from the door, Great Keep. And now he's talking about, they came to a junction where 3 trenches crossed. And I'm trying to see where these guys are going. Okay, so the Spare Wives are saying, we're gonna be along with Abel, don't wait for us. She plunged into the snow toward the Great Hall. Right, so this is textual confirmation that this trench exists, and that's where they go. So maybe the other ones aren't as important. I don't know, we'll see. So we'll have, actually maybe we'll make them like a different color. Let's try pink or something. Yeah. These are the Spear Wives. They head that way. And Theon heads another way. Okay. Actually he has 2 more with him. Okay, so let's just do this. There's 3 of these. Okay. They all go that way. And Theon is going with 2 of these. Okay, so they're going like this. He doesn't go to the guest house and he doesn't go to the armory. He goes towards the north gate. So, you know, logically, he's going this way, right? Where does this trench lead? Well, logically speaking, this trench would continue, right? All the way to the east gate. That makes the most sense. There's some kind of intersection going over here because Theon goes to the Godswood. So there has to be some kind of trench that leads to the Godswood. There has to be some kind of pathway to the north gate, so I don't know, I guess they pass by the first keep. There's no real textual confirmation of like where the first keep exactly is or like how the path goes through there. I don't know, it might pass through the guards hall, but there's no mention of that in the text. There would also be a path coming from the guards hall. The road running under the bridge would not be one continuous road. No, I think it would be. Anyway, so Theon is going this way. Okay. He's going to the Battlements Gate. Battlements Gate. Huh. Yeah, okay, that's another thing that's confusing is like I don't know where the Battlements Gate is. It's supposed to be on the north side, right? Because Theon is trying to get to Stannis, who he thinks is on the north side. And we have textual confirmation that he jumps off of basically the northern side of it. So, like, where is this postern gate? Let's look at postern gate. Battlements Gate. It's a small arched postern on the inner wall. It has a drawbridge which crosses the moat between the castle's inner and outer walls. Uh-huh. Is this just the northern gate? Is that it? Like, where's the north gate? Because I know the west gate is just the hunter's gate. Maybe the Battlements Gate is simply the outer layer of the north or the east gate. Yeah, it could be. It could be. Okay, let's go with that. We'll say that the Battlements Gate is just another name for the North Gate, I guess. So they approach the gate. Right. And they're passing by where Frey died and where Mance is supposed to be. But you still don't see Barbary Dustin. Obviously, you don't see her at the northern gate. She's not there. There's no way through the outer wall. I don't know. Also, yeah, okay, here we go. The passage twisted to the left. So it's got to be somewhere around here because it twists left and then he's like right there. Right? As if we're thinking from Theon's perspective, okay, put yourself in his shoes. We're told the passage twists left, right? Okay, so that's this turn. And then all of a sudden we're at the Battlements Gate. Right? Took Jane by the arm and drew her down the pathway to the Battlements Gate. That's what he says when he's back here. So they decide to go that way, and he's deciding, I'm going to go to the Battlements Gate. This is the path that goes to the Battlements Gate. And then he turns left, and the Battlements Gate is there. So then the Battlements Gate must be like right here. I guess that's kind of the northern wall, right? It's north-ish. Possibly. I don't know. This is really confusing. Like, I don't know. I don't know where the Battlements Gate is supposed to be. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Because the first keep has to be here, and the Broken Tower has to be here, and the Lich Yard has to be here. So the Battlements Gate is right next to the first keep. That's not really supported by the text. I mean, it could be, but unless he's skipping over. I guess he could just be skipping over, right? And it goes to the left, blah, blah, blah. And now I'm at the Battlements Gate. I mean, it could be like right here. It could be a gate at this empty section of wall. Inner walls. There you go. Let's copy that and it's like a very small one. And then like that's the Battlements Gate. Hold on, I gotta fix this. So we got the Broken Tower. Broken Tower. Right turn at the guest house would take you to the east gate. And the Battlements Gate could be the inner east gate. No, but it's not. We have descriptions of the east gate. It's not the east gate. And he's also not going to the east gate. He's going to the north side of the castle. He wants to get to Stannis. It's got to be like on this section of the wall or this section of the wall. Unless we're saying that the north gate is also called the Battlements Gate. I don't know. So this is one of those questions where I do think that asking the author could be useful. Like, this isn't like interpreting the text. This is just like clarifying, like, what is the Battlements Gate? Is it the north gate? Like, is it the inner part of the northern gate? I think that might be a useful question to ask George. I don't think that's problem in terms of depth of the author. Okay, so let's just say the Battlements Gate is here for the sake of argument. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether it's here or here. I think they're supposed to be separate, but I don't really know. Either way, Theon is passing by all of this stuff where things have been happening. The North Gate could be further to the right. The North Gate could be further to the right, I guess. Yeah, like the North Gate could be where the Battlements Gate is. Possibly. And then the Godswood just fills the rest of the space, I guess. Yeah, it could be. It could also not be. I don't know. Anyways, so we're at the wall. Okay, and then they kill them. Okay, now we gotta run. Hold her past the dead and dying guards, through the gate, and over the frozen moat. Okay, so the alarm is on. So the alarm has sounded. Which probably means that if Barbary Dustin is doing some spooky shit and she's part of this whole scheme, she wouldn't be in the bell tower to set off the alarm, probably. And like, unless she's doing something specific in the library, like there doesn't really seem to be a reason for her to be in the library. The smithy is also burned down, so that's not really where she is. Yeah, it's really pointing to like this area of the castle. I mean, she could be in the armory, but that seems like a recipe for getting killed. Barbary Dustin is somewhere over here. The Battlements Gate leads to the outer wall battlements for the archers. Oh, yeah, it could be that. And then they go across, and now they're here. On the drawbridge. Is a drawbridge at a random postern gate? Yeah, no, it's got to be. This has got. Okay, so the northern gate has to be the Battlements Gate. There's a drawbridge. There wouldn't be a random drawbridge at a postern gate, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, it could be because George does some weird stuff sometimes, but like, if we're gonna look at this logically speaking, like, no. So there's a drawbridge here. Okay. Can I get in on this layer and put it here? I can go. There we go. All right. So that's the drawbridge, which is all. This is also the battlement. Like the inner one is the Battlements Gate. Now one of them stays behind and one of them goes. Okay. He's on the stairs. Starts to climb. Right, so there's like a staircase here somewhere where they're climbing up. Rhaenyra's fighting half a dozen guardsmen in the snow. Rhaenyra has the rope. He started right, but there's men coming from that direction too. Okay, so there's enemies coming from this direction. Make these guys red. Okay, so there's enemies here. There's enemies here. And there's enemies on the other wall as well. I don't know why there aren't enemies here. That might be a plot hole. Right, because he tries to go right and then there's... Yeah, he does go up a staircase. That's what I said that. Anyways, Holly gets shot twice. So she's like dead for sure. It goes through her heart. She's super dead. And then he jumps. He jumps right here. So she's dead. He jumps right here, and then he is immediately captured by Morzumber. Immediately. So Morzumber is just sitting here in the snow the whole time. Or his men are. Morzumber watched this whole thing. Okay. So what have we learned? So Barbara Dustin could be in a couple of places. She could be in the guest house. She could be in the armory. I don't think she's hanging out on the bridge. She's choosing a destination, right? She's choosing either the Great Keep or the armory. There's guards everywhere in the armory. If she's doing something suspicious, she wouldn't be there. So we can logically deduce that she's not in the armory. Okay, so she's in the guest house. She could be in the sick room. She could be in the sept. I doubt she's in the library. She could be in the Rookery. Because nobody's watching that right now. She could be in the Rookery sending the message. She could also be in the crypts. Seems likely. She could also be in the first keep, but that kind of requires her to put herself in a little bit of danger and be somewhat of a climber. Like the first keep is kind of covered in snow, right? Or the broken tower. Again, you would have to be a kind of a climby type person, putting yourself in danger. I don't think she's in either of these places. I think she's in the crypts. If she is going to choose one of these, she's going to choose the crypts, right? Why else would you choose anything else, right? Like, nobody knows where the crypts are, first of all, so you could hide there, right? The only other person who knows is Theon. Because there's no textual evidence that she told anybody else other than her sergeant. So Barbara Dustin could be in the guest house, she could be in the crypts, or she could be at the Rookery. And 2 out of 3 of those implicate her in the pink letter. If she's in the crypts, she's hiding, doing something suspicious. It would implicate her in this murder. If she's in the Rookery, then she's like directly writing and sending the pink letter. How do we know that this is when the letter was sent? It kind of has to be sent at this point in time or slightly before. But basically it has to be sent now. And the reason is that after Theon escapes, the entire castle is on alert and the whole area is going to be on lockdown. Like, you're not going to be able to go anywhere. Thinking about it logically, Roose would insist that everybody stays put until they find, you know, what's going on. And then there's also like the chaos at the West Gate. Like, Roose would be shutting down this castle. You're not going to be sending a raven after the escape, because you know, he would like read everything that gets sent after the escape. So the letter either happens during this or beforehand, and we can also well, not deduce that it's not completely impossible that it was sent like even before this happened. It could have been. But there's the fact that like there's 3 maesters watching the Rookery, and there's guards at the Rookery. And again, the castle is kind of in a soft lockdown because there's murders about, so everybody's looking around for people doing suspicious stuff, right? So like, people are actively going to be looking for like who's going to the Rookery, who's sending messages. And Roose is considering the fact that there is a turncloak in the castle, so he would like extra be watching the Rookery. You need like a dramatic distraction to send the pink letter. If you're not Roose or Ramsay Bolton, anybody else, including Mance Rayder, including Wyman Manderly, anybody else needs a absolutely massive distraction to make sure that nobody is looking at the Rookery so that they can send the raven, right? They need to make sure that nobody knows that the raven was sent. So, logically speaking, the most likely time to have sent the pink letter is during this crisis, right? Which, you know, points to not Ramsay and not Roose. It points to somebody in the Northern Conspiracy or Mance Rayder sent this letter or arranged for it to be sent during this crisis. You think Barbary or Mance knew that the murder occurred and rushed to send the letter knowing it's their last chance? Yeah, that's kind of like either, yeah, that's, you know, somebody's taking advantage of the opportunity that has risen, or they knew that the opportunity would exist in advance and made sure that they were in place to send the letter once the trigger goes off, right? Because think about this. At this time, nobody is looking at the Rookery. They're all looking this way. They're all looking north at Theon and Jane Poole, who are escaping, and they're looking at, you know, the Freys have like gone beyond the gate here. They're looking over there. These people are over in the Great Hall. Nobody's looking at the Rookery. Like, very, very few people, maybe like 1 or 2 guards or something are at the Rookery. Like, nobody's there. Hardly anybody is there. It would be much more trivial to overcome the defenses of the Rookery at this particular time. So that's why I think we can pretty safely, reasonably get, like, it's not impossible, but like the most likely thing is that the letter was sent right now. Right now, in the middle of this crisis, is when the letter is sent. At least that's my leaning. So yeah, like if Barbary Dustin is in the crypts, it kind of suggests like foreknowledge and also involvement with this murder, which would involve her with the pink letter, like creating this whole distraction for everybody. So that the letter can be sent, and then maybe Slate is the one who sends it, or one of the Ryswell brothers, because the Ryswell brothers are also missing, and Slate is also missing, and Slate, if I recall correctly, is sworn to House Stark. The Blackpools, right? House Slate. Yeah, they're sworn to Stark. I mean, technically, they're sworn to Winterfell, right? So technically, Bolton is their liege right now, but really, they're in charge of. They're in the service of Stark, and also look at this. Maester Henly was the one who served Lord Slate. And Maester Henly is also the one who's put in charge of ravens and messages. Isn't that interesting? So the Maester, who is sworn to Slate, who's sworn to Stark, is in charge of the ravens and conspicuously missing at the point in time of the escape, at the point in time when the pink letter is sent. I think it's pretty definitive that young Henly is the guy who sent the pink letter. I don't think it's definitive that he wrote it. It's very possible that the letter was, written by somebody else and Henly was just the guy who sent the raven. But in terms of like who physically like put the scroll in the raven's hand and let the raven loose from Winterfell, it's pretty definitively Maester Henly. That doesn't really put any kind of hole in the theory of like Ramsay or Roose sent the raven, because like I said, they could have ordered Henly to send it. But in terms of like who actually sent the letter, it's pretty firmly Henly. Like, yeah, there are doubts about that, but like, are they reasonable doubts? I don't think so. Like, it's the preponderance of evidence points to Henly being the one who sent it. He could have authored it himself, but I don't know. That seems unlikely. It seems like, Henly doesn't have all of the information to do that. And also because he serves Lord Slate, who's at the castle, and Lord Slate is, part of probably the Northern Conspiracy, and he's also missing at the time. Seems like Lord Slate could have wrote it, or Barbara Dustin could have wrote it and handed it to Slate, and then Slate hands it to his maester. There's a couple different things. Do you think that Manderley would be involved? He was unnecessarily argumentative with Ramsay at the meeting. It's cathartic for the reader, but it doesn't make sense in this situation. Yeah, he kind of deliberately starts shit with the phrase, which kind of suggests that he was in on the fact that this young Frey would be found dead, and he's just like deliberately stirring things up to cause a distraction for something to go on. What would he need a distraction for? It seems likely that something's going on here. I'm just wondering if we can eliminate some of these other options, like the sick room or the sept. If they're like completely burned down, then that would eliminate them. Small sept. Where is the sept? Burned to an ashen shell, and it still ruins. So she's not in the sept either. No, it's burned down. Okay, we eliminated another possibility. The sept was destroyed, and it hasn't been rebuilt by the time of A Dance with Dragons. So Barbara Dustin is not in the sept. Could she be in the sick room? Has the sick room burned down as well? I would like to know. Sick room. Doesn't say. does, like, burn everything down, right? Sack and burn Winterfell. Yeah, they even burnt the Great Hall, but then they repaired it, right? So one whole side of the first keep collapses during the sack. Yeah, so like Barbary Dustin is super not in the first keep. Like it was already ruined before, but one whole side is gone. You would see her in there if she is in there when Theon is walking past. Like it seems unlikely. Bridge connecting the bell tower to the Rookery is destroyed. Yeah. I mean, it's a big assumption that the sick room is gone, but I think it's a reasonable assumption that it's gone. So she's in one of three places. She's in the Rookery, or she's at the guest house just chilling, or she's in the crypts. Guest house doesn't really implicate her in anything, although it's weird that she's not in the Great Hall. I think it's more likely that she's at the Rookery or at the crypts. I think the most likely is that she's at the crypts, but I can't really prove it. She would avoid the sick room because why risk getting sick? Maybe. I don't know. Here's a copium theory. Gaiman, Palehair, and Jaehaera actually ran off to Essos together and the Maesters just write them out of history. Look, we're focused on pink letter stuff right now, so yeah. Does it say definitively what was rebuilt and what wasn't? Ooh, yeah, it might. It actually might. It would say when Roose arrives at Winterfell, which I think is the Prince of Winterfell. Let's see if it says oh yeah, the Serwins. Hold on. The Serwins are missing too. Where are the Serwins? I almost forgot about them. You know who the Serwins are sworn to? They're sworn to House Stark of Winterfell. Where do I not have a Serwyn token? I guess not. Game of Thrones images. No, it wouldn't be in here. Sigils. I do not have a Serwyn token. Oh, that's embarrassing. Okay. House Serwyn. Sworn to the Starks of Winterfell. Serwyns are missing. Where are the Serwyns? Oh, you know who else is missing? Oh my god. So many people are missing, actually. The Hornwoods are missing, too, and they hate Ramsay. Like, half the castle is missing at the time of this murder. I mean, Yeah. The Serwins and the Slates are both sworn to Stark, and they're both Stark loyalists, and the Hornwoods just like vociferously hate Bolton. Barbary Dustin has reasons to hate Bolton, but she pretends that she hates the Starks more, with like a very thin pretext. And then the Ryswells, well, Barbara Dustin was actually born a Ryswell, so if she's part of it, it would kind of make sense that the Ryswells are in on it. Yeah, like half the castle is missing, and it just so happens to be the anti-Bolton faction. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Like, suspicious. Like, where are these people? They're not in the yard, right? Because the Freys and the Manderleys are in the yard. Where have all these people gone? This is like dozens and dozens of people are missing. I guess some of them are at the Godswood, because they mentioned some of the Northmen are at the Godswood. So maybe that's the Serwins or the Hornwoods. I don't know. It doesn't specify which ones they are, I don't think. Anyways, we were looking at evidence of which things have been repaired. Not the glass gardens. Those are broken. I thought it was in this chapter that they... No. Aha, here we go. Here's the... Okay. Great curtain wall. Oh, it's made out of granite. Nice. Most of the towers and keeps were roofless. A few had collapsed. Tents filled the yard. So there's a bunch of tents here where people are sitting. In here. Thousands huddled amongst the ruin and crowding every court, sleeping in cellar vaults and under topless towers and buildings abandoned for centuries. The kitchens have been rebuilt. The barracks have been rebuilt. So these two buildings have been rebuilt. The Great Keep is rebuilt. The Great Hall is rebuilt. There's ropes all over the yard so that they don't get lost. Gate walls, Great Hall. Yeah. I don't think the guest hall has been rebuilt. There's no textual evidence that it has been. So she's not in the guest house. Which means that this probably isn't here. I guess it could be a path to like a bunch of tents that are sitting in front of the ruins of the guest house. That could make sense. Yeah, I guess so. But there's no textual evidence that the guest house was rebuilt. So she's not in the guest house. And we don't see her around any of these tents or anything. So she's in the Rookery or she's in the Crypts. which means necessarily, either way, Lady Dustin, Barbary Dustin is confirmed part of whatever is happening in Winterfell. She's necessarily implicated. She's either implicated in this murder, which causes the distraction for the whole thing. That seems likely. Or she's at the Rookery, potentially writing the letter itself. Which is something that I only learned just now by going through the process with you guys and like systematically crossing out everywhere that she could be. And yeah, these are the only two options left. We don't know whether she's in the Rookery or not because we don't see it, and we don't know whether she's in the crypts or not because we don't see it. But she does know about the crypts. There's no plot reason for her to be in the crypts. She could have killed this guy and then hidden in the crypts. That could be a reason, right? She just doesn't want to be seen when this whole thing goes off. Why wouldn't she want to be seen? Because she's part of it and knows about it. There's really no excuse to be anywhere but the Great Hall. If I were Roose, anyone absent is suspect. Yeah. Which could be another indication that she's in the crypts, because Roose doesn't know where the crypts are. So as long as she stays in the crypts, Roose can't get her. Right? If she's going to be absent, if she knows that she's going to be absent and Roose is going to be suspicious of anyone who is absent, then she would want to be in the crypts. So I guess, yeah, she must be in the crypts. She's got to be. So Barbary Dustin or her men killed little Walder Frey to cause a distraction for what? And she knew about it ahead of time. Right, this wasn't improvised from her. Like she planned this. I gotta say this is all very suspicious. I don't know what to think of this. Am I crazy? Can I get a sanity check from the chat here? What are we thinking? Big Cap says, she could be visiting the mystery hooded man wandering the city. Still haven't determined who that actually is. If it is a real person and not a figment of Theon's broken mind. Yeah, I'm not touching the hooded man because we don't really know who he is. And so you can't really implicate him in anything. I mean, we know who he isn't. We know the hooded man isn't Barbary Dustin because it's a man. But other than that, I mean, I guess we know it's not Roose Bolton and it's not Wyman Manderley. We could probably eliminate a couple of people, but there's still going to be like a lot of people who it could be. They could go from the Rookery to the crypts. The whole Rookery visit would take, what, 10 minutes tops? Yeah, they could make their way. Like, in theory, I don't think Barbary Dustin has this kind of capability, but, like, you know, Lord Slade or something, or one of the Ryswell brothers could have the strength to, you know, go to the Broken Tower or something, or the Godswood, right, and climb up here and go along this wall and go along here and go to the library and then go here and go to the Rookery with the letter already written, hand it to Maester Henly, who is your confidant and who will secretly send it for you. And then And then once the letter is sent, or you have like signal that it was sent, because sending the letter, if the letter is already pre-written, would take like 2 seconds, right? Like you put the pink wax slap on it, and then let the raven free from the cage. So that wouldn't even take 10 minutes. Like the actual sending of the letter would take like a minute tops. Getting there might take 5-10 minutes, climbing up the tree and then on the wall and then going along here, which you can actually do. This is confirmed in the text. This is not supposition. This is something that Bran talks about. Bran talks about in a Game of Thrones, the first book, Bran talks about doing this. So the breadcrumbs are there. He also talks about how nobody ever sees him, like nobody ever thinks to look up, right? He's able to do this completely in secret. So in theory, somebody could do this. Another way up, same sort of thing, is you climb up the first keep, right? Bran tries to go this way to the Broken Tower, but you can also climb up the first keep to go this way and then jump across the armory and then do the same sort of thing, right? Mana is saying it might be a textually sound analysis, but one wonders how much of all this George considered when writing. Yeah, I don't know. But considering how we're probably never going to get wins, like this is what we've got. So that's what I'm taking, right? It's been 15 years. I don't think it's coming anytime soon. Assuming this is all pre-planned, the letter would be pre-written and then would be mailed within 5 minutes of the Great Hall meeting being called, right? Yeah, like in theory. Yeah. I don't know if the parkour is necessary. Would anybody question Lady Dustin walking across the castle grounds? Not really. Nobody would question her walking across the castle grounds, but the thing is that she knows Roose Bolton is keeping track of who has been where, right? Because when they interrogate Theon, they're like, Theon, you were seen at all the places where people have been murdered, right? They inventory where he's been seen. They question all the guards, like, to gather that information. So Lady Dustin knows that Roose Bolton is keeping track of this sort of thing, and she would know that Roose Bolton is going to verify that Lady Dustin was seen at the Rookery and like during the crisis, like that's where she was. So it seems to me that Lady Dustin, because she's missing during this crisis, is going to remain missing. Because like the one viewer said, Roose Bolton is going to suspect her, like automatically, just because she was nowhere to be found. And so, like, if you're gonna be suspected, like, she's the only one who knows about the crypts in the whole castle. Now that Theon is gone, it seems to me that Lady Barbary Dustin is gonna hang out in the crypts and try to find a way out, or for a way for Morzumber to get in. Can you access the God's Wood from the Rookery? I don't think so. Maybe it could be in the Godswood section. Here's the Godswood. Across the Godswood from the Heart Tree beneath the windows of the guest house. There's a bunch of wood. So it mentions that the guest house looks over the Godswood. And also we know that you can climb up the Sentinel Tree to get to the roof of the armory. In the Godswood, there's no mention of the Rookery. I don't recall. Yeah, tall sentinel tree near the armory wall. No, I don't. There's no, I mean, it could be, but there's no textual evidence to support that. No, I don't see any textual evidence. Could she walk north on the wall and descend a staircase or something? Yes. There is a secret passageway that goes along the wall of Winterfell. It's mentioned here. Hold on. Oh, hold on, my map is wrong. The smith isn't here. The smith is at the armory. I don't know, this must be more stables or something. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Ugh. Okay. Alright, where were we? Right, I was saying there is a path somewhere. Where is it? It's near the Battlements Gate. So, Battlements. There, yeah. A narrow tunnel inside the inner wall stretches halfway around the castle, allowing travel from the south gate all the way to the north gate without interruption. There's no textual evidence to say which way it goes. It could be that the tunnel goes this way. Oops. What's going on here? Okay, this is really weird. Could be that it goes this way. What on earth is... It's not supposed to be any fill here. And it's filling. I am confused. I think my Adobe Illustrator is broken. What if I use the pen tool? Still broken. Okay. What if I copy this? I just like use that to illustrate my point. Yeah, that works. Okay. You see what I mean? There's this there could be a path on the inner wall going like, oh my god. This is like so difficult because Adobe Illustrator's just broken. Oh my god. Oh my god. Now it won't even let me select multiple things at a time. Alright. Oh god. Okay, this didn't work. Whatever. There is a... I know what I'm gonna do. I can take a screenshot of it and go and paint. Okay, here we go. Now we will be able to see what I'm talking about. Okay, so on the inner wall, on this wall, there's a secret passageway. It goes all the way between these two. It could be on the left, like I drew, or it could be on the right. It's not both, but it's one of the two. So Barbary Dustin could also be in this secret passageway, but again, I sincerely doubt it. Especially during the escape. It seems more likely to me that you know, you would use the rooftop passages rather than going through the wall and taking the longer way, because you still nobody's gonna see you going on top. So I don't know why you would use that passage. By interrupted, does it mean no stopping points? You can't get off in the Godswood? Yeah, no, it's uninterrupted. It's from one gate to the other. That's it. At least that's what the text says. You can get in the walls from the top down from various points, but you can't really get out of the walls from various points. So like you could jump into the walls at the Godswood hypothetically, but you wouldn't be able to hop out of the Godswood unless you had rope. But like that's so convoluted, right? Like why would, like if you're gonna put all that effort in, why wouldn't you just climb up the Sentinel tree and take that route? Like it's way shorter. Any of them work because it's super snowy. If she's wearing heavy clothing, nobody would even notice her. Yeah, that's a good point, but also, like, you know, Barbary Dustin works through agents. She's a big agency person, like Wyman Manderly. Wyman Manderly doesn't really do things himself. He sends agents to do it, and she has agents, right? She has all of these guys who are, like, diehard Stark loyalists. So why wouldn't she send... You know, okay, I'm going to be in the crypts, and Lord Slate, you just go up and you climb over here, and you go send this letter to Maester Henly, and then come back to the crypts and hide out with me here, and Lord Stark will be forever in your debt. I don't know, something like that, right? Along those lines. Maybe she didn't even go to the Rookery then and just handed off the letter to the Maester. Yeah, that's also possible. The Maester could be... The letter could have been written a while ago and been hidden in the Maester's sleeve, because they have these sleeves that can, like, hide things. Could have been hiding it in a pocket the whole time, and then he's already got it and it's ready to go. If that is the case, then I think it's absolutely certain that Barbary Dustin is in the crypt of Winterfell, because she would have no reason to leave. at this point. She's played her hand. So, yeah. Keep reading the... Yeah, there's no mention of anything else being repaired here. And again, nobody knows where the crypts are in Winterfell other than Theon Greyjoy and after Theon shows her Barbary Dunstan. So it seems likely that Barbary Dunstan was involved in the death of little Walder here. And Wyman Manderley, who's like not in communication, he's been in the Great Hall the whole time, like he's improvising, right? He's like, okay, little Walder's dead, like maybe that's their signal. Little Walder's dead, it's go time. Now he's gonna start beef with the Freys. I don't know. There's many possibilities. Or maybe Manderley knows that there's spooky stuff going on at the First Keep or the Broken Tower, and he knows that the Freys got way too close for comfort, and he has to execute now. And he's like, I'm going to start stuff. And then maybe it's the Freys leaving that's the signal to send the letter. Not this whole business over here. How does Varys factor into all this? He doesn't. Varys is not part of this. I don't think. Let's not get too caught up on Varys. He is, after all, not physically here. That much we can be pretty certain of. He's over at the Red Keep. Yeah, okay, so this was very messy, but we have notes. Okay, so Lady Barbary Dustin is either in the Rookery or the Crypts at the time of the escape. All other buildings are either guarded, locked off by Dreadfort guards, burned down, etc. Seems likelier that she was in the crypts, which implicates her in the death of little Walder Frey. Reasons for being in the crypt versus the Rookery. She has foreknowledge of some kind of distraction / incident. Could have written the letter ahead of time and simply couriered it to Maester Henly, or Henly was waiting with the letter hidden in one of his gray pockets, and the signal was... I'm thinking the song, but he wouldn't hear the song. He would only hear the trumpets. So yeah, the signal, if Henly was waiting for a signal, then he's waiting for somebody to physically tell him which then why is he holding the letter? So that doesn't really make sense. Or he's waiting for the Freys to be called out of the gate, which he would see at the Rookery, right? Because he's right here. That seems the most likely. The little birds killed the Frey boy? No. No. We've already placed Lady Dunstan at the scene of the crime. Like, why do we have to involve the little birds? Did they exit the west gate? Yes. Yes, we have textual confirmation that the Freys left through the Hunter's Gate. Because that's the only gate that isn't, like, completely frozen over. And also, we have textual confirmation in the Winds of Winter that it was specifically the Hunter's Gate that they left out of. So, yeah, 100% it's the Hunter's Gate they left. Plus, they're also looking for Stannis, right? They're like, oh my god, he's blowing his trumpet over in the woods over there. Like, go get rid of that horn blower. It's really annoying. So yeah, they're going to send them out of the Hunter's Gate and go over there. And Maester Henly is right here. He can see them gathering, and he can see them blowing the horn, and they're making lots of noise and ruckus coming out of the gate. Like, that would be a really good signal. Like, hey, Maester, you know, you can imagine the conversation, right? Like, Maester Henly, oh my god, I love gravy. Please send this letter that we wrote. Once you see the Freys leave, that'll be the signal. I'll start some ruckus with the Freys and get them to leave. And then when that happens, send the letter. You know, like, I don't know, I'm not great with dialogue. But, right, like that's kind of how that conversation would go. It doesn't even have to be Manderly. It could be Barbara Dustin. She's like, oh, we're gonna start beef with the Freys, and when that happens, send a letter, or something like that. Or like, it could even be something like really vague, like, oh yeah, it'll be super obvious. We're gonna make a lot of noise. That's when you should send the letter. When the whole castle is in chaos, send this letter for me. Okay, thanks, bye. And then he's seeing, like, the Freys are leaving, the trumpets are going, there's, like, alarms being sounded. I think the bell tower is going off. Like, this would be, like, all right, this is unambiguously the signal. How could they have known that Roose would command to expel the Freys, though? Just an assumption by making Manderly provoke them? Because they planted the idea earlier. They've been pressing Frey to leave the castle for a few chapters. They've been planning the idea for a while. And they've tricked Roose into thinking that it's a good idea. So they know that he would do it. And then also, like I said, the signal could just be like when the alarms are going off. Yeah. So you can see what you can probably see how this video has taken me like a really long time to make. Because I had to work through all this stuff and like figure out who is where. Another question is like, I guess, where these 3 washerwomen went. I mean, they say they're going to get Mance Rayder, but I mean, we don't actually know that. We don't see it. They're not going back to the Great Keep. They're not going down any of these other branches. So where these folks are going is a big old question mark. Cody is asking, as for timing of the letter being sent, the only thing that really matters is that the Rookery is empty, no? Yeah, pretty much. Although you have to have the requisite knowledge to pick the correct raven, because the ravens aren't labeled by like, oh yeah, this one is for Castle Black. At least there's no textual evidence that they have labels on them. So you would need the local maester to like figure out which one goes to which castle. You would also need to like know that, which is not something that everybody knows. I don't think the wildlings know about like how ravens work, how raven messaging works. You would, a common guard, for example, isn't going to be able to figure that out, right? It's either one of the nobility or the maesters, and even the nobility doesn't really know exactly how this works. They're more like, yeah, just send a message here, and it just like kind of gets done. Like you need specific training to send that letter. I'm talking in regards to the signal. Yeah, I guess that could also be the signal. Is like once the Rookery is empty, the first opportunity you get that the Rookery is empty, send this raven. Could be another signal. Yeah, I guess so. Although he generally has control over all the ravens in the castle, so I mean, like, there's probably other times when the Rookery is empty and he didn't send it before. We're assuming. I don't know. I've always just thought it was super unrealistic that when they told a bird to go to X place and it somehow knows how. Yeah, actually, no. We have textual confirmation in the Winds of Winter that that's not how it works. He actually did base it off of messenger pigeons, and so what it is it's a homing instinct. You raise the bird. The bird gets raised in Winterfell, and so it gets acclimated to Winterfell, and it considers Winterfell its home. And then you take the bird in a cage and you bring it to Castle Black. And then for as long as that bird is in its cage at Castle Black, that is the bird that flies to Winterfell if you want to send Winterfell a message. And so that's what happens when you send Winterfell a message from Castle Black, is you let the bird out of the cage with the parchment attached to its claw, I guess, foot, and then the raven flies home. It somehow knows how to get home because of like magnetism and a whole bunch of scientific stuff that I don't really know how it works exactly, but there's like it has an instinct to fly home, and so you're taking advantage of that instinct by having the raven fly home with the message. And then at some point, unless you have like multiple birds that fly to Winterfell, right? Winterfell would have to send a rider back with a bunch of ravens in cages to make sure that you get your ravens back and you can send them another message. So that's how it works. Really complicated stuff to absorb all at once, but like when you think about it, it's kind of simple. It's a one-way message is the point. And yeah, you would need to have experience to know all of that. Most people wouldn't be able to figure that out. Do we know if the Rookery is guarded, or is it just the 3 Maesters? He could just wake up at 5 a.m. Presumably it's guarded. Every other building in Winterfell is guarded. There's no textual evidence that the Rookery isn't guarded. So, yeah, I don't really know why it wouldn't be unguarded. Like, that would kind of be a notable thing that it doesn't have any guards. Even the kennels, which contain Ramsay's dogs, right? And Ramsay's dogs are gonna like kill somebody who he doesn't like. Even those have guards on them, and there's like no real reason to guard that. Yeah, I don't really buy that. Imagine needing to send a letter to Winterfell and you go to your Rookery and you're like, oh, they didn't return my bird yet. Yeah. Could happen. Probably Roose doesn't trust all the Maesters enough not to have guards at the Rookery. Yeah, that's another point, is like, would Roose trust them enough to do that? Probably not. I guess then the question is, are they Bolton guards or Serwyn guards, etc.? They would be key witnesses. It seems like the Boltons make up the bulk of the guards at the castle. And definitely for the Rookery, you would want Bolton guards. Like, if I was Lord Bolton, I would be putting my guards at the Great Keep where I sleep, at the Armory where all the weapons are, and the Rookery where all the messages are, so that I can control the flow of information in and out of the castle. That just seems like the logical thing to do. Preferably someone literate, even. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. I don't know. There's no evidence that he did send somebody literate to guard it. It's not really any need to. It's not totally necessary. But yeah, so through a bunch of logical deduction, if you're just joining us, we're doing Pink Letter. We've read through Theon 1 and a couple other chapters to figure out where people could possibly be, and we've placed Lady Dustin at the scene of the crime where little Walder Frey died. And she's got to be hiding in the crypts and probably sent an agent to do some things. She probably sent an agent to kill Walder Frey, first of all. You know, he's the bigger Frey, so yeah, and I also just don't know why you would personally kill the Frey when you can send somebody else to do it. And then she probably also sent an agent to go send the letter because she's not present. Doesn't necessarily mean that she's the author of the letter, but it highly implicates her in sending the letter, because somebody else could have written the letter for her. Or somebody told her what to write in the letter, and then she wrote it, and then Henly sent it. But we've like pretty firmly established that Henly sent it. Barmry could have written it, you know, with information from like Wyman Manderley or something like that. You know, she's also close to Roose Bolton, so she pretty much knows everything that he knows. Barbary Dunstan is like at the center of all this. Kind of unrelated, but is there a way they communicate long distance north of the wall? Was thinking to myself if Mance would have an understanding of Ravenry from Castle Black. Mance Rayder was not a a member of the Night's Watch at Castle Black. He was a member of the Night's Watch at the Shadow Tower. He also hasn't been part of the Night's Watch for like over 20 years. So the idea that he's going to remember this obscure Ravenry procedure after never using it for 20 years, I just don't think that's really likely. And then even if he does understand ravens, like, would he understand which raven in the Rookery at Winterfell specifically sends messages to Castle Black? No, he wouldn't. So in terms of who sent the letter, Mance Rayder is like definitively not the person who sent it. It's got to be Henly who physically sent it. Now, Mance Rayder could have still like written the letter and then cooperated with Henly to send it. Right, that's still a possibility. But in terms of sending it, like Mance Rayder, it's a hard no. He didn't send the letter because logistically it makes no sense. He just doesn't have any of the requisite knowledge to do that. Neither does Lady Barbary Dustin. I don't think she knows which raven in the Rookery goes to Castle Black. Yet you basically have to have a Maester unless you have like 20 different copies of the letter and you attach it to all of the ravens and you send it to the entire North, just hoping that Jon Snow gets the message. But like, there's no textual evidence to suggest that they did that. So, yeah. Hard Rada is saying, I still think the Night's Watch stewards are the most likely culprit. The only letter that needs to be sent is Roose informing the stewards that Arya and Reek have escaped. He would also need to inform them about Mance Rayder. So basically they would have had to read the letter, the pink letter, before Jon Snow read it, but the wax is still sealed. When Jon Snow gets it, he breaks the wax seal. I know it's not a button, which is something that I talk about, but that's not really related to what we're talking about. Like, the wax is still unbroken, and the Maesters don't really have the technology to, or the stewards, sorry, not even a Maester. The Maester might be able to figure out how to read a letter without breaking the seal, but a steward as dumb as Clytus, like, Clytus is not really a smart guy. Bowen Marsh also isn't really the cleverest guy in the world. Like, I don't think so. Mance didn't diligently keep his glamour up. Read the Mel chapter. Okay, let's entertain this. Okay, Dance with Dragons, Melisandre. Okay, this is all her like inner thoughts, and then I seem to remember it's like later in the chapter that she talks about Mance Rayder. Okay, let's just ask for a rattle shirt. Lord of Bones. And Devin Seaworth, who's with Melisandre like all the time, thinks that this is the Lord of Bones. So if he's not diligently keeping up his stuff, and the guy who's hanging out with Melisandre all the time doesn't know that it's the Lord of Bones, like, I don't know, there's no textual evidence there. You put aside your suit of bones. It's driving me mad. You spoke with them over supper. There's no textual evidence that he took off his ruby so far. He's wearing it when he sleeps. No textual evidence that he's taking it off. In fact, that's actually circumstantial evidence that suggests he's being very diligent with wearing the ruby, at least. He just took off the bones. If the glamour fails, they'll kill you. Oh, there's no textual evidence that he's not being diligent wearing his ruby. There's also no textual evidence that anybody knows that he's Mansurator. Blah, 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 blah. I still see no evidence. Still no evidence. Jon Snow thinks that it's Rattleshirt. We know that from his internal thoughts. Like, again, calling him Rattleshirt, like he doesn't. Yeah, and Devon doesn't know. He's like, please leave. She says, please leave so that she can. Devon's not in the room. Devon doesn't know. Nobody knows. There's no textual evidence that anybody knows. I'm looking at the chat again. How did the current Maester Henly figure out which birds go where? Surely Lewin must have had some sort of labeling system going on. Yeah, so when Winterfell was sacked, they let all the ravens go. So there were no ravens at Winterfell. And Henly brought new ravens with him. So he, like, extra is the only guy who could figure out like which raven goes where, because he's been there for what, a few days. Like, there's no way that they've set up a complex labeling system of which bird goes where. Like, he extra has to be the guy who sent the raven. Hardrada is saying, not the ruby, the bones make it more likely that the glamour can fail. Can, over a long enough time, could mean it fails just a bit to be weird. That's how glamours work. Yeah, it could fail, but there's no textual evidence that it did fail, so it's a supposition to say that it failed, and therefore the Night's Watch knows. Like, do you see how that's a supposition? That you have to suppose that something happened that we didn't see on the page? There's no textual evidence that anybody saw through the glamour at the wall. So it's just not supported by the text. and it's a pretty big assumption because this is when Mance Rayder leaves, right? Disguised as somebody else. So they can't even like be exposed to him more after this point. Like the glamour didn't fail, and it has no more opportunities to fail because Mance is gone after this chapter. So there's like there's just no textual evidence to support that theory. I mean, if you can find textual evidence, I will accept that, and I'll be quite surprised because I haven't run into any textual evidence that they would know. But as far as Melisandre, like, you know, Melisandre 1 is when he leaves. At the time when he leaves, nobody knows that it was him. So how are they supposed to know that it's him? If they don't when he leaves, they somehow figure out that he was using a glamour after he left. How are they going to do that? That doesn't make any sense. Like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's textual evidence, but I don't see any here. Yeah, he took off his bones. Nobody saw through it. So yeah. Cody is saying, why would the Night's Watch know Ramsay's personality, though, or about Rick? Yeah, those are also two big flaws in the Night's Watch. I eliminate them pretty early on in the list of suspects. Like, a lot of things are possible in this world, okay? So that doesn't mean that it's more plausible than other theories. Like, it's possible in this story. Like, it is possible, given that this is a fictional story and George R. R. Martin can do whatever he wants. He could, in the next book, tell us that actually in the middle of the night, Tyrion Lannister transforms like a transformer, like an Autobot, and he becomes an attack helicopter in the middle of the night, and he just like runs down hordes of peasants at night with his machine guns, okay? But there's no textual evidence to support that, right? It's completely baseless. Like, is it possible? Yeah, I mean, it's a fiction story. It wouldn't really fit in with the vibe of the story, but is it possible that George R. R. Martin is thinking in his mind that Tyrion Lannister is secretly an attack helicopter? Yeah, like, it's possible, but that's not really something that we can support with the text. It's a supposition, right? We have to base our theories on things that are supported in the text. Is there an opportunity for them to figure out that Mance Rayder is Mance Rayder and not Rattleshirt? Yes, there is an opportunity. But did it happen? Did it actually happen? All the textual evidence says no. So, like, yeah, it's possible, but something being possible doesn't mean it happened, right? It's also possible, right, that I don't know, Ned Stark, like, he's being sleep deprived, right? And maybe he started sleepwalking, and during his sleepwalking, he like murdered somebody. Like, I don't know, maybe he sleptwalked all the way to the woods, and like he warged into a boar and killed Robert. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible, but like, really? Like, there's nothing in the text to support that, right? Like, we have to base what we're talking about in the text itself. We can't just like willy-nilly say that Tyrion Lannister is an attack helicopter. Like, yes, it's possible because it's a fiction story. Anything is possible. Like, George Martin could say on the next page that actually gravity flipped upside down, and now everybody has fallen in the sky, and only the people inside the buildings are alive because they had the roof to stop them and like stop their fall upwards into the sky. Like, anything is possible in a fiction story, but that doesn't mean that it actually happened, right? And we have textual evidence that actually suggests that it didn't happen. So, you know, like, you can't just pick and choose like what evidence you like and what fits your theory. You have to like do your best with what's on the page. We're trying to do our best here. You know, if we were going by what I thought at the outset, I thought like Theon Greyjoy or maybe Ramsay himself wrote the letter. And then I came up with on the other live stream that, oh, it's looking like Mance Rayder wrote the pink letter. But then I went back into the text again, and that got disproven again because there's more evidence that I didn't take into account that shows that he couldn't have done it, right? Like the whole Maester problem of like, how did Mance Rayder figure out which raven to send? That's an insurmountable problem for Mance Rayder based on what we have on the page. Is it possible that Mance Rayder like suddenly read a magic book and he became blessed by the gods and he could suddenly read? Yeah, it's possible. That's the kind of thing that happens in a fantasy book. But is there any textual evidence to support that on the page? No. So I can't just like go out there and speculate that this kind of thing happened, and speculate that Mance Rayder became blessed by the gods. They literally went down from heaven and like did the painting where God touches fingers with David or whatever his name is. Fuck, I forget his name. You know what I mean? Adam. You know, like Adam and God, you know, that Renaissance painting where they're like touching fingers, right? The old gods and ruler descended from heaven and was like, Mance Rayder, you can now read and write and do a quadruple backflip. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Like, what are we doing here? You know, we could speculate anything. We can speculate that actually this all takes place on a UFO and Westeros isn't even real. It's all just a simulation, and it's actually the Matrix, right? Westeros is not Westeros. It's the Matrix, and actually, A Song of Ice and Fire isn't a fantasy book. It all takes place in the Matrix, but there's no textual evidence to support that. We can't just assert these things. Like, okay, yeah, we can assert these things, but if we're engaging with the text in good faith, we can't just make up evidence that doesn't appear on the page. We can say, okay, this is more likely than not. But, you know, we have to be really careful about what assumptions we make, and we have to be really careful about like what evidence we're asserting actually exists or likely exists, right? You know, like, is there any sexual evidence that Barbary Dustin wasn't in the guards hall? No, but there's circumstantial evidence that suggests that she wasn't in the guards hall, given that there's no mention of her ever going in the guards hall. There's no mention of any of the lords sleeping in the guards hall. The guards hall is where the guards go. Why would a highborn lady sleep with all the guards in a barracks? That seems like a recipe for, you know, assaults to occur, right? Like, there's a lot of, you know, residual things that we can point to, circumstantial pieces of evidence that pile up on top of each other to strongly indicate that she was not in the guards hall. But is it completely impossible that she was in the guards hall? No, like, it is a possibility, but have we eliminated it within reason? Like, do we have any reasonable doubt that she's in the guards hall? I would say no. Like, the preponderance of evidence is pointing to her being in the crypts, as we've done in this live stream. Yeah, I don't know. I've gone on a rant here. So, what are we saying in the chat? The logistics of messenger raven sending is my new Aragorn's tax policy. It actually does become a plot point in the Winds of Winter, so it's a good thing to know. So you think the Winterfell Maester is somehow involved in the creation of the pink letter? Not necessarily the creation, but definitely the sending. Like, there's no other person who could have feasibly sent the letter. He might not have written it. It might have been handed to him pre-written, right? Or it might have been dictated to him. That's also possible. But in terms of the guy who took the raven out of the cage, put the parchment in its hand, and sent the raven on its way, yes, Henly has to be that person. There's just no other plausible person. All these theories should be approached from a place that it's a mystery that we're supposed to think about and be able to solve as the reader. We're not going to trick George into revealing something. I still think that you should dig into the possibility it's not meant to goad Jon, it's meant to relay critical information. Hey, it's me, Mance. Here's something only you and I know about. We succeeded, but I'm captured, I assume, is how you're going to finish your thought. Yeah, I mean, it could be that. It's just I don't know what the secret message would be. I'm not saying it's impossible. It definitely is possible that some kind of secret message is being sent. It's just I don't know what that secret message would be or what the purpose of that secret message would be. Why would Jon need to know that the mission was successful? He would know once he hears that Arya is gone, or Arya shows up to Castle Black. Like that's how Jon Snow would know. So there's no real reason to send a letter for that reason. I need help. Bring my family. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just there's very little evidence, and I don't know what you would be conveying in the secret message. Jay Shaw is saying, hold up, Mance disguises himself as Abel, which we know is a play on Bael the Bard, which means he has an excellent understanding of letters. No, that's not necessarily true. Can't make spelling jokes if you don't know your letters. No, again, that's not necessarily true because there's a wide difference in literacy levels. Right? There's people who we would consider for the purposes of statistics to be illiterate, but who can read, a few words, right? So if I went to, I don't know, Japan or something, I can't read Japanese, but I could figure out, what a stop sign is in Japan, and I would start recognizing the characters for stop, right? This is, basic pattern recognition. But would I be literate in Japanese? No, right? So I think it's likely that Mance knows the basics. He could maybe know a few things. He could maybe know how to spell Bael. It's also like verbally a play on words, like Abel and Bael kind of sound similar, so it doesn't really require the level of literacy that's being implied. Like it's not necessarily true that because he knows Abel and Bael are similar, that he knows how to write an elaborate forgery. It's not necessarily true. And then also, even if he knew his letters at one point, there's no evidence that he still knows them. Wildlings don't really write north of the wall, so he hasn't been writing or reading for presumably 20 years, or like mostly hasn't been using that skill for 20 years. It's very possible that even if he knew it, he forgot how to do it. It does happen, especially in the Middle Ages, right? Like if I didn't read any Japanese for 20 years, I would probably forget how to read Japanese. It's certainly possible those are the only two words he knows, but I mean, come on, right? Yeah, no, I'm not saying those are the only two words he knows. He probably knows more words than that. But there's a vast world of difference between, basic literacy, which I would argue is functionally illiterate, right? And being able to come up with this elaborate forgery. Like, that's two very, very different things, right? You know, I have friends who struggle to read in the modern day. So, you know, in a world of A Song of Ice and Fire where, you know, most people can't read and that's the default assumption, we shouldn't assume that Mance Rayder knows how to read. He's also a singer, which means he's an example of the old oral tradition. Yeah. Like, singing is a different skill than literacy. Excellent understanding of letters is like Maester level. Yeah, like even the Maester, you know, even people who are trained as nobles have like a different level of literacy than the Maesters. Right? So like Ramsay Bolton, for example, although he can write and he can read, you know, he writes his signature to Jon Snow in Jon 6, A Dance of Dragons. And he also writes out the full letter itself to Asha in The Wayward Bride, A Dance of Dragons. So he can read and write, but the way that he reads and writes is like super sloppy and basic. Like, there is a distinct difference between how Ramsay writes and how a Maester writes. He also has like the spiky hand, right? And we have no mention of the spiky hand in the letter itself, which indicates that it wasn't physically written by Ramsay himself. I mean, he still could have dictated it to Maester Henly. That is possible. But I think we can be pretty certain that Ramsay didn't write the letter himself, physically speaking. But yeah, I was pointing to Ramsay as an example of, like, you know, Ramsay's level of literacy is different than, you know, Roose Bolton's level of literacy or Jon Snow's level of literacy, and especially a Maester's level of literacy. You know, people like Tyrion Lannister who can sit down and like read books. Those people are really rare in A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, there's not many people who can do that. This is a very unique skill. We take that for granted because we live in the modern day where literacy is not like a skill for nobles only. But we have to remember that people generally aren't trained in these kinds of things, right? They don't have access to that knowledge. Bring us up to speed. What's your current train of thought? Well, that would kind of be spoiling the video, but I don't think it was Ramsay Bolton. I think it was Mance Rayder or somebody in the Northern Conspiracy, one of the Northmen, who wrote this letter. The requisite knowledge and like the logistical things that seem to indicate that they were responsible for this and not Ramsay Bolton. There's a lot of things that indicate that it wasn't Ramsay Bolton, which I went over in the other stream. It's not. I've gone over a few of the points already. I don't want to rehash the point that I'm going to go over in the video, but like, yeah, there's like a lot of these little things that, like, you know, any one of these little things could be explained away, but like when you add up multiple of these little things, it paints a pretty clear picture that Ramsay didn't write it. Rajra is coming back to the glamours thing. The bones protect you. Does push that glamours need to be reinforced. Mel explains that in her magical monologue. Yeah, but you know, I read through the chapter in front of you. The problem is that up until the point when Mance Rayder does leave Castle Black, there's I'm not seeing any evidence that people did see it through his glamour. Although the opportunity exists, we have textual, circumstantial evidence that they didn't see through his glamour. So, yeah. Cuddlebones is saying, "Rip Mance Raider, you would have loved speech to text." Yeah. Cody is saying, "Glamours do need to be reinforced, but that's not evidence that Mance's glamour was broken or that he's glamoring now in Winterfell. Those are two separate things." Yeah. Those are two separate things. I don't think he's glamoring in Winterfell. That would require Melisandre to maintain a glamour spell on a man who is literally hundreds of miles away. And, you know, she's having difficulty with that spell with Mance Raider in Castle Black. It doesn't seem plausible to me that she could maintain it that far away. And then there's also, like, no need for Mance Raider to even have the glamour in Winterfell, because none of the people in Winterfell, like, know who Mance Raider is, right? Like, he's not cosplaying. Yeah, Jace is exactly right. He's not cosplaying as Rattleshirt in Winterfell. Like, he's just some guy, and, like, everybody accepts that. Like, nobody really knows who Mance Raider looks like among all the people, so there's no reason for him to even be glamored in Winterfell. He was able to sneak into Winterfell before in a Game of Thrones without a glamour. So he's done this before. He actually did, like, the same thing. He disguised himself as a singer and feasted at Lord Eddard's feast, according to Mance Raider. I don't know if that's actually true. So, you know, the idea that he's glamored in Winterfell also doesn't really make sense. When you add everything up, like, why would he do that? I don't know. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe we can put on our Valerian tinfoil hats and figure it out. But so far, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Cody is saying nobody who resided at Winterfell then is there now. Yeah, like, most of them are dead, and the others just, like, aren't there. So nobody would really know who Mance Raider is. So yeah. I'm trying to figure out how I can do a little ad here, because I need to take a quick break for like a minute. I don't know how to. I turned ads on like manual. I just like don't know how to do it. Okay, there's a button for insert ad, so I'll be back in like a minute or something. I'm gonna click it now and see what happens. So I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. Let's see what's going on in the chat here. Cody is saying, for all we know, Mance was killed and replaced by Faceless Man. Yeah, again, it's like one of those things that I was saying, right? This is like Tyrion Lannister as an attack helicopter, right? Like, yeah, it's possible, but is there any textual evidence to support that? Like, no. Bit of evidence in John 6. John notices that he's taller than he thought. It's the armor, not the man. Yeah, but John doesn't see through it. He still thinks that it's Rattleshirt, not Mance Rayder. Like, we see that we have access to his brain, so we know that it worked on him. I don't know what. That's not evidence that anybody saw through it. That's evidence that people could see through it, not evidence that people did see through it. There's a difference. I'm wondering why John never asks who is Reek, since no one at the wall knows who Reek is and that Reek is Theon. Very suspicious or a plot hole. Yeah, I think John's like rage in the moment kind of answers that question. Like, he doesn't ask who Reek is because he doesn't care. He cares about Arya and the absolute slap in the face that the rest of this letter is. He's not thinking critically about the letter. If he was, he would notice a lot of the things that we're noticing, and he doesn't have time to think about the letter very critically because he doesn't give himself any time. He just like immediately starts to have dinner and like announces to the whole world that hey, come join me on a march to Winterfell, and then afterwards he's like killed. So he doesn't really think about that. But yeah, it's weird. There's a lot of weird things with the letter that John ignores. It clearly succeeds on its mission to provoke him into action. Definitely a lot of weird stuff with the pink letter. Yeah. Okay, so, right. We're trying to figure out the Barbary Dustin situation, and I've forgotten what I said because I didn't write it down. Little Walder is found dead with both Dustin and Henly missing. And Slate, Hornwoods, Serwins, all Stark loyalists. Mance is using the Broken Tower as his headquarters. Since it's ruined and nobody goes in there, that's where he talks to Theon, and that's how we know it's his HQ. The Broken Tower is the same tower as the burned tower that Bran fell out of. The first keep is not... sorry. No, this is wrong. He's not using the Broken Tower. He's using the first keep. Gotta fact check myself. First keep as his headquarters. Broken Tower is the burned tower. Where Mance is not operating. It's right next to where he's operating. And the Lichfield is there too. Lichfield just means graveyard. First keep must not be confused with the Broken Tower. I fall into that mistake all the time. First Keep is where Bran fell in A Game of Thrones. It has central sneaking opportunities. Lady Barbary Dustin is either at the Rookery or the Crypts at the time of the escape. All other buildings are either locked off by Dreadford guards, burned down, etc. It seems likelier that she was in the Crypts, which implicates her in the death of Little Walder Frey. Reasons for being in the Crypt versus the Rookery. She has foreknowledge of some kind of distraction or incident, could have written the letter ahead of time and simply couriered it to Maester Henly, or Henly was waiting with the letter hidden in one of his great pockets, and the signal was the phrase going out of the gate, or general chaos and alarms going off, or that the Rookery is empty. Oh yeah, there was something else that I wanted to explore. It's after the wedding. It's in the Turncloak. So there's all these murders that go on, right? But there's another murder that happens that Mance Rayder denies taking part in. And it's oh, what's his name? Yellow Dick. Yellow Dick dies, and Mance Rayder denies having killed him. And I'm wondering if Lady Barbary Dustin also killed him. And I think this happens in the Turncloak. So we're gonna explore the Turncloak for some textual evidence to support this hunch. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people are actually sleeping in the Great Hall as well, which further suggests the guest house doesn't exist. The people aren't really sleeping in the guardhouse. Oh yeah, Aenys is still alive and Hostine is still alive, right? Here's another piece of evidence implicating Lady Dustin in something. In Turncloak, A Dance with Dragons, Theon recalls that the Freys lost 3 of their blood on the route between White Harbor and Barrowton. Ramsay Bolton searched for them and couldn't find them, strongly suggesting that these Freys were killed between White Harbor and Barrowton. Oh no, wait, this isn't Barbary Dustin. This is, that's Wyman Manderley. I'm misremembering. Yeah, this is the pie. The Freys are in the pie. Yes, yes. My mistake. But I want us to pay close attention to who eats the pie. All right, you ready for this? Who eats the pie? Who eats the pie? This is vital information. Who eats the pie? No. Here's Yellow Dick. He's still alive. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I just want the pies, please. Come on, get the pies. The pies. Is this not the pie chapter? Oh well, there's still murders in this chapter anyway that I want to discuss. Maybe this isn't the pie chapter. Is this the pie chapter? Prince of Winterfell? Pie. Aha, yeah, this is the pie chapter. Okay. Who's eating the pies? The Prince of Winterfell, a Dance of Dragons. Who eats the pies and who doesn't eat the pies? The Frey pies. So Wyman eats it because everybody thinks that he's poisoned the pies and they won't eat it before he does, and he just like doesn't care anymore. Ramsay eats pie. So Wyman, Ramsay, Roose Bolton, Walder Frey all eat it. Devour 6 portions. Delicious. Ramsay ate heartily as well. Okay, textual evidence that he ate the pie. It's not just supposition. He's eaten people. Jane Poole does not eat the pie. Because she's traumatized. Doesn't even want to eat. Lady Dustin doesn't eat, and she observes that Theon isn't eating. She tries to pressure Theon into eating it as well. Barbary Dustin does not partake in the pie. Suggests that she knows something. And she gives this, like, story. Who cares? I just want to know who eats the pie. Here's her explaining that Manderley has to eat it first. Again, Lady Dustin is drinking wine. Drinking wine, but no eating pie. Yeah, actually, all 3 of these maesters are like enemies of the Boltons. Medrick serves Hornwood, Rookery serves Serwyn, and Henly serves Slate. Serwyn and Slate are sworn directly to House Stark. Medrick is the one who treats Manderley. Rookery is the one who hands Bolton the Karstark letter. And Henly is gone. Take charge of Lewin's ravens so that messages might be sent and received from here again. Medrick is whispering in Bolton's ear. Okay, so Medrick brings intelligence that Stannis has left Deepwood Motte, which would suggest that he's also conveying the Karstark intelligence. Wow, actually, there's like no direct evidence that any of the Northern Lords ate it other than Manderly. It kind of implies that a few of them ate it, but Lady Dustin definitely didn't eat it. And then the other ones are not said as eating it. Yeah. I'm not seeing any evidence that they ate it. This pale bride did more than stare at it. And Theon doesn't eat it. Okay, portions are presented to Hostine and Aenys. But they're not presented to the other lords. So it's implied that Sir Hostine and Sir Aenys Frey ate the pie. Heavily implied that they ate the pie. No, there's no textual evidence that the other lords ate the pie. Or that it was even given to them. Yeah. No, I don't think there's anything else in the... No. Nothing else in this chapter. Alright, let's see what the chat is on about. Jon has Ned Stark syndrome where he takes most suspicious things at face value. Yeah. He kind of does. Would the sending of the letter require the input of all of these conspirators? Do any of these people know about Robb's will? Manderly knows. I don't know about Lady Dustin. She might not know. Or the Hornwoods or the Serwins or the Slates. It's not confirmed whether they know, but Manderly knows. Does Barbie partake of the pie? No. I wonder if they're plotting a coup in the castle when the Freys are expelled. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that we assume that after Theon jumps that Ramsay takes control of the castle, but like his Freys just left. And he has like a couple of, like, all these lords could hypothetically coup him, so I don't know. Are the other Ryswells in on it? I would assume so, because they're family of Lady Barbary Ryswell. Okay. Right. Where was I? There was a murder I was looking for. Yeah, here we go. It's in the Turncloak, right? Blah 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 blah. I'm reading this pretty closely. Yeah, Yellow Tick is still alive. Gruel. And then he's approached by... Yeah, he's approached by Lady Dustin in a Turncloak. Oh no, wait, it's not that's not Lady Dustin. That's I'm pretty sure she approaches him in this chapter. He is approached by Mance's women. Oh, here we go. This is another one of those blink and you miss it moments. Oops. Shrinkloak. Hands with dragons. Beneath the burned tower, he passed Rickard Ryswell nuzzling at the neck of another one of Abel's washer women. Notice something? Notice where Rickard Ryswell is? He's right here. That's where Rickard Ryswell is. That's where Theon sees him in the Turncloak. That's where Mance operates. And he's seen with one of Abel's washerwomen who, you know, kill people. And then I don't think he's killed. Barbara Dustin. There we go. Yeah, so she does approach him. You know this castle? My men have not been able to find the way down into them. Been everywhere. Men have actively been looking for the crypts. We see that Rickard Ryswell, one of her relatives, was hanging out near the crypts at the burned tower, which would heavily imply that Rickard Ryswell was one of those men who was looking for the crypts. Make a lot of sense. They are blood relatives. I think they're cousins specifically. So yeah, not that big of a stretch to suggest that they're working together. That's heavy circumstantial evidence that Lady Dustin has been looking for these dungeons, or sorry, these crypts. Near the foot of the first keep. It's not over here. It's like over here. Which like implicates Lady Dustin like even more. Because dead Frey is found like right next to the crypts. Oh my god. Okay. I gotta note that down. Yeah, this is where Bran fell. Better part of half an hour she's digging. And nobody's been in it. It's funny that the Boltons checked everywhere except for the crypts. It's funny the Boltons checked everywhere for the crypts except for the Lich Yards, the one obvious place. The problem is that everything's like ruined here, and it all kind of looks the same. Guess it is kind of a plot hole though. The Boltons might not have even known about the crypts really, or thought about it. I guess I don't know. It is kind of weird. A little bit of a plot hole. Yeah, she also tells Theon not to say anything about this. Which is weird. If she's allied with Bruce, why would she say any of that stuff? For sure there was a murder somewhere. Ghost in Winterfell, probably, I guess. Right, okay, so it's a dead guy. It's found close to a wall. Which wall? Base of the inner wall. Which wall? The north wall? Man-at-arms of 4 and 40... Okay, 44 years old. One of Rickard Ryswell's men. Ghost in Winterfell. "44-year-old man who marched with Rickard Ryswell is found dead at the base of one of the walls. Unclear which one." So this murder was done by Abel and company, not Lady Dustin, because this is one of the murders that they don't deny. So that confirms that at least at the point of A Ghost in Winterfell, they're not working together. Right? Because if you were working together, you wouldn't kill one of them. Or maybe you would, to throw them off your scent. Question mark. Maybe to throw off scent? Because it's kind of ridiculous that Ryswell is saying, he's just drunk, he fell. Like, really? Doesn't really prove anything, but it is bizarre. They're like, oh my god. They're coming to get us. Get in the Battlements Gate. Now Holly is asking for the crypts. So that does confirm that they're not working together. Because if she knew where the crypts were, right? If they were working together and Dustin told her where the crypts were, why would she ever approach Theon and risk the entire plan blowing up? Like, she would never do that. She would trust Lady Dustin way more than she trusts Theon Turncloak. The guy's name is literally Turncloak in the public perception and in the perception of these washerwomen. So, yeah, it doesn't really make sense for why. Doesn't really make sense for why she would approach him if they were working together. Or at least they're not working together. Yeah, that's right. So, in A Ghost of Winterfell, they're not working together. Which means that in Turncloak, they're also not working together. Because at that point, doesn't know where the crypts are. Clankchet is chiming in that he likes my "This person was a bad king" videos. Thank you. Lord Bolton had Winterfell sewn up as tight as a babe's swaddling clothes. No one could come or go without his leave. Yeah, so this is more evidence of what I was asserting earlier in the stream. Winterfell is under heavy guard and surveillance. He refuses. And he's Frey's squire is found next to the Lich Yard. Oh, look, another person is dead next to the Lich Yard. Gee, I wonder what's going on over here. There's also Ryswell, who's found dead in the snow somewhere. It's like some kind of Ryswell. Not an actual Ryswell, but a Ryswell guy is found in the snow. It's kind of implied that it's somewhere over here. It doesn't really say. But like anywhere here kind of implicates them. We don't need these X's anymore, do we? Getting kind of distracting. Where are these arrows? Where are these trenches, really? We figured that out. We don't need these pink markers anymore either. Where are these red ones? I do a lot of cleaning up. Yeah, so there's like 3 people who died over here. Something's up in the Lich Yard, and again, Ryswell. He's alive, I'm pretty sure, right? He's not dead? Yeah, who was it? Rickard Ryswell. Is Rickard Ryswell alive? Rickard Ryswell is alive in A Ghost in Winterfell. In A Ghost Winterfell, Rickard Ryswell is still alive after sleeping with a washer woman near in the burned tower where most of the murders take place. Very sus. Ah, yes. Here we go. Yellow Dick is found dead outside the kitchens. Someone sliced off his stuff and broke 3 of his teeth. He's been dead for a while. Suspicious. What do I even mark this as? Big yellow circle? He's found dead outside the kitchens in a snowbank. Seems like the snowbank would probably be like around the library. Hello, Kusei. We are back at it with pink letter stuff. We're at Yellow Dick died right here, or his body was found right here. Yeah. Yellow Dick is not claimed by Mance Raider. So this was another faction. Mance Raider is headquartered also out of this area. So who killed Yellow Dick? Gee, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's got to be the Northern Conspiracy, right? Somebody in it killed Yellow Dick. Oh, wait. You know who's in the kitchens? Barbary Dustin's servant girls are in the kitchens. And the Serwins are in the kitchens as well. Cause in Theon 1, think they mentioned this. Dustin, maybe? Where was this? You just read this. Okay, going through every single one. No, it's not this one. Okay. That's gonna be Turncloak then. Aha. That's Lady Walder's serving girls, not Lady Serwyn. Lady Dustin's. Yeah. What is this? The Turncloak. Okay, do we have any other evidence? Yeah, here's the hooded man. Okay, we just have like no evidence of who this guy is. Just wondering if this was the guy who did it. I don't think we can figure out who it is. Wyman Manderley doesn't have bowel issues, so he's planning something. I guess he could have done it. Wait, what? There's a flint inside Winterfell? Oh my god. The Flints are marching with Stannis Baratheon right now. There's Flints inside Winterfell. Guys, I don't even know if the Battle of Winter is going to happen at this point. Like, this seems like a reverse Red Wedding, you know what I mean? It seems like the Boltons are screwed. Yeah, Flints. There's Flints in the castle. And then we have this conversation with Abel that we conveniently don't get access to, which is annoying. Yellow tick? I mean, this is an ironic denial. Like, that's not actually a real denial. Maybe they did kill Yellow Dick. What's the next one? The next one is Theon 1. And who? I thought I remembered them saying we didn't do that. They immediately deny Little Walder being them. Found under the ruined keep. He's looking for Manderly men in the ruined keep, which is also being used by its raider and is right next to the crypt. Uh-oh. Am I hallucinating and they never denied being responsible for Yellow Dick? Because if they never denied, then it was probably them. I mean, they denied that it was they denied Little Walder, but I think I might be misremembering. Yellow Dick stank as bad as you. No, they do. Okay, so they do take, Mance Raiders, Spear Wives take credit for killing Yellow Dick, saying he stank as bad as you. So I was wrong. If you wanted to hear me say I'm wrong, I was wrong. The evidence contradicts me. I misremembered. Okay, what are the people saying in the chat? Oh my gosh, you guys had a big conversation. Okay. Talking about faceless men and fairies, not related to what I'm talking about right now. Maybe the hooded man is some old member of the castle, Mikan or something. Maybe. There's 3 flints. The Boltons should be outnumbered in Winterfell? No, I don't think the Boltons are outnumbered in Winterfell. Preston Jacob videos, he estimates the soldier contributions for each house, and the Boltons outnumber all of them combined, even without the phrase, but it's kind of close, 50-40. Yeah, that's the vibe I got as well. But the thing is that if this is a coup, then the Northern Conspiracy, if they're all acting together, would be taking the castle by surprise, which gives them an advantage. And then also they're taking it like in the snowstorm, so the Bolton guards aren't going to be able to like figure out who's friend or foe very quickly, which is another aspect. Like they're not necessarily going to know that all the Northmen are against them right away. It'll take time to figure that out. And then, you know, you get the communication issues of doing this in the middle of a storm versus the Northern Conspiracy would be all in on it. So they could absolutely cause devastation. The Umbers as well are against them because Moore's Umber is sitting outside of the wall. He says he's marching down the King's Road, but he's not. He's just sitting outside the wall and killing anybody who comes out. Which means that Hother Umber was never Ramsay's guy. And the Umbers are against him too. Literally everybody in the castle is against him except for the Freys. And the Freys just left. So Boltons have locked themselves in a castle with enemies all around them. Like even with a numbers advantage, that's not going to be a good time. Roose Bolton had posted guards at the kitchen door. There's guards there and they don't see Yellow Digtai. It's kind of insane. Yeah, okay, there's no other... yeah, there's no other evidence. We might be able to figure out who the hooded man is, I guess. That's not part of my video. Where is the hooded man? It's not in Theon. Here we go. So he's walking. The hall is behind him. So the hooded man... So Theon is walking this way. And the hooded man, whoever he is walking this way into the Great Hall. Okay, so whoever this is would be not hiding from the rest of the lords because he's walking towards the Great Hall. He doesn't have any fear of being caught or something. Who's in the hall? Who is in the hall? All right, let's see. Because if we take a look at who's in the Great Hall, we can determine like who isn't the Hooded Man. It seems like Ryswell, Roose Bolton, Theon, an old tall heart man, one of Roose Ryswell's riders, a Serwyn archer, Lord Locke, Dreadfort guards. I think these are, no, these are different, these happen at different times. We have to be like right before. Right before this happens, who's in the hall? It's not, so Mance is in the hall. Skinner is in the hall. Lutton is in the hall. Damon is in the hall. Actually, all of the Bastards boys. It's not the Bastards boys. It's not Jane Poole. Duh. Or any woman, really. It's not Roose Bolton, because he's in the hall. Like hundreds of people in here. It's not the Freys. But I mean, we could tell that from what he was saying. He calls him Theon Turncloak. Theon Kinslayer. Is a dagger. Which again implies that he's going in the Great Hall because you're not allowed a sword in the Great Hall, and he has a dagger. Except for Ramsay and Roose's men who have weapons. So this is like a northerner who's saying this, so false is all you were. How is it you still breathe? It doesn't seem to be Wyman Manderley because he's not noted as being a particularly fat guy. Let's go on search of ice and fire. Beyond Kinslayer. Rowan calls him a Kinslayer, but it's not Rowan. Oh, Kinslayer Theon. Not just Kinslayer. Let's see. Kinslayer. Oh man, is this accursed as the Kinslayer? Not really seeing a lot of people accusing Theon of being a Kinslayer. 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 Slayer. Aha! Crow food, says Kinslayer. In the winds of winter. I think it might be Umber. He's coming in for some food. Could be Hothar Umber, yeah. It's definitely a Northman who's saying this. Like, the Riverlanders wouldn't really care. The only Riverlanders there are Freys. And they're not one to really point fingers. What chapter is this? Yeah, I mean, this meeting afterwards doesn't really tell us anything. It is shortly afterwards that the horns go. So Mor's Ember like could sneak into the castle without anybody knowing, because nobody knows that they're outside of the walls at this point. Could also just be Hoth or Ember. You know, they're brothers. They would share the same opinion. Probably. Medieval times. I mean, we could assume that the people from this earlier tale. The problem is that there's like such a big time jump that you can't be sure. But let's say that we are sure. Let's say that everybody who goes in here doesn't come out. Let's see what happens there. Not that night. Yeah. Oh, damn it. It's like a full day. This is the problem. I mean, we know that Wyman Manderley is hanging out in the Great Hall like all the time. He never leaves. So it's not him. And he's not fat. Just kind of know that it's not certain people. We don't really know who it is. Roose Ryswell. I mean, Roose Ryswell is also said, or is it Roose Ryswell? Oh, fuck. Roger Ryswell, Roger Roose, Rickard Roose, Roger. Okay, Roger Ryswell is with Lord Bolton afterwards, so we can assume he was probably still in the Great Hall with Lord Bolton like he was before. Probably not Roger Ryswell. Put a big star on that, like probably not him. And Roose and Rickard kind of walk around on their own, so we can't really assume that he's going around. Like, I don't think the hooded man even killed this guy. I think Theon just thinks that he killed him because the Mance's girls fess up to killing him. So the hooded guy is not actually a killer. Like, he's just some guy. He's at the Great Hall. It's a red herring. Yeah, I don't think we can figure out who it is. It's like my theory is that it's one of the Umbers. Because neither of them are mentioned in this whole chapter, I don't think. Umber. Oh no. Firstbane is here. What else is he? Yeah, I don't think we can. It's not really important anyways. Like it's a red herring. Anyways, let's go through the chat one more time. So I think I'm gonna end the stream soon. Theon hung two random boys to pose as Stark boys when he took over Winterfell. He's also sleeping with this random woman, and I've seen it implied that he might have fathered bastards by her. Okay. Maybe. Might be jumping to a conclusion, but there isn't much evidence of Theon being a kinslayer outside of it. I don't understand what you're saying. Cody is asking, assuming this is all true and pans out, what exactly is the bigger picture plan? Stannis and Jon both being king are incompatible. Yeah. Well, I think we can answer that by saying that Stannis being king is not the plan for the Northern Conspiracy. Like they constantly refuse to help him, and then he happens to show up to places where they're already like waiting to carry out their plans. You know, like who could have foreseen that Stannis was going to attack Deepwood Motte, right? But the Mormont forces, Alysanne Mormont is already there with military force. Like you can't just, snap your fingers and your military force exists at Deepwood Motte. Like they were waiting there. They were waiting to take it. And then Stannis randomly shows up unexpectedly, and they're like, okay, well, we might as well do it now while Stannis is here, right? They're taking advantage of it. They're not really communicating with Stannis or cooperating with him. They're using him. And also they're sending Davos on a suicide mission to go get Rickon, implying that Bran is alive and Rickon are alive, but they know that if Bran and Rickon are alive, then Bran would be the heir between the two. But Wyman Manderley also knows about the Robb's will, which means that he knows that actually Jon Snow comes first in the will because he was legitimized by Robb and directly named as heir by Robb, at least according to that theory, which would put Jon first in line in the line of succession. So fetching Rickon does very little for their cause. I don't know why he's sending him to get Rickon. Irisk says they might be coordinating and communicating with each other to cause chaos inside the castle. Who? The Umber brothers? I think that's pretty much confirmed. Hardrana says the fight between Jon and Radishirt was watched by an audience. Mel's chapter is only 2 chapters later. Jon 6 is proof that his glamour wasn't perfect and can be seen through. Jon did, but rejected it. Jon left quickly after with the Ramsay letter of marriage. No, he didn't leave quickly after. Jon never left. Jon died at Castle Black. He dies in Jon 13. doesn't leave. You're thinking of Mance Rayder left. Again, there's no evidence that somebody did see through, because actually Jon didn't see through. He was like, oh no, it must be Rattleshirt. Like, we have access to his internal thoughts. I don't know why you're fighting me on this. Like, we literally have Jon Snow's thoughts that say he thinks he was Rattleshirt. Like, he's in disbelief that it's Mance Rayder. Like, if he saw through in Jon 6, then he wouldn't be surprised that it's Mance Rayder later on. It's inconsistent with the text. Again, like, you're confusing possibility with it actually occurring, right? There is a possibility that any character at any given point in the entire story is a faceless man. That doesn't mean that every single character in the entire story is a faceless man. Possibility does not equate to the event actually occurring. Cody is saying the hooded man is Glamour Ned Stark. Yeah, confirmed. You heard it here first, guys. Cody figured it out. It's Ned Stark. He's not actually dead. Yeah, Roger, there's no textual evidence that people actually did see through the glamour, because Jon didn't see through the glamour. Like, he noticed that some things were off, but he didn't see through the glamour. Because if he did, he would have known that it was Mance Rayder. So it still worked. I think it's weird the hooded man calls Theon Kinslayer when there's little evidence he ever did anything like that. I mean, there is evidence that he did something like that. He publicly stated that he killed them. Messages were sent that he killed them. So, yeah, like the whole world basically thinks that Theon killed Bran and Rickon. But it would take a Northman to say Kinslayer, right? Because as far as the Ironborn are concerned, like, Theon didn't kinslay because they weren't his kin, right? It would take a Northman to know that, you know, they kind of were siblings, right? It would take somebody who knew Ned Stark and knew Theon before this all happened to be like, no, man, you killed your stepbrothers. You're a kinslayer. Which is why I'm saying it has to be a Northman. Is there any evidence that Theon hallucinates the hooded man? No. Like, it's one of the possibilities. It's possible that Theon hallucinated him, but there's just no evidence to suggest that he did. Theon isn't suffering from hallucinations. Like, you might say, oh my god, he's hearing voices, like maybe he has schizophrenia or something, but like, he doesn't, because the voices are literally real. Like, Bran is actually speaking to him through the tree, so he's not hallucinating at all. There's just no evidence to support that Theon is hallucinating. Again, like, it's possible, but we need to separate, you know, bold-faced speculation from stuff that's supported in the text. Yuriska is saying they're technically not kin, but it works too. I'm just playing around. Yeah, like, the thing is that the Northmen consider them kin. Like, the Northmen who really knew them well would consider them kin. Like, you know, if you knew, you know, take this for example, right? Like, somebody kills their stepbrother. Your first instinct, your first reaction, like, when you're talking about this, you probably wouldn't say, oh my god, he killed his stepbrother. Like, you would say, you killed your brother, right? That's what you would say. And that's kind of what the Northmen are saying.
right? Because to the Ironborn, they're like, oh, but Theon he was an Ironborn through and through, and it was all a ploy, and oh my god, he worked so hard, he lived in such misery pretending that he liked them, or something like that, right? They don't think of them as kin, so it's not an Ironborn accusing him of being a kinslayer. It's a Northman specifically who's accusing him of being a kinslayer. Because it's like, yeah, you killed your stepbrother, basically. You wouldn't say you killed your stepbrother, you would say you killed your brother. As is kind of how like normal language would work, right? It's very clunky and unnatural to say, oh, you killed your stepbrother. Outside of Winterfell, Theon was viewed as a hostage or a ward at best. You would have to be familiar with the castle to consider them kin. Yeah, basically that's what I'm saying. Like you would have to be very familiar with Ned and Theon. You would have had to see them physically at some point and like know about their relationship to consider them kin. There's several remarks about how the Starks were good to Theon beyond what was expected. Yeah, even Theon himself thinks about that. He was raised as if he's a stepbrother. It has to be on Northmen, and more than that, it has to be. Well, it doesn't have to be somebody very familiar with the castle, but circumstantially, it points to somebody who was from Winterfell or was very familiar with Winterfell, who kind of is saying this. And I'm saying two candidates who come to mind are the Umbers. They would be familiar with that kind of relationship, is what I'm suggesting. It could also be one of the Ryswells. We know that they've been walking around at night alone. And they seem to know a lot about Winterfell. Lady Dustin also knows a lot about Winterfell, so could be one of them. I don't know. But it's definitely not Wyman Manderly. He's not described as fat, and he's also like inside the place that the guy's walking to. So yeah, I think it's a Northern Lord or a Northern Knight who has visited Winterfell in the past or is from Winterfell. And who would be able to plausibly enter the Great Hall? Yeah, I mean, it's got to be some guy who's not afraid to get caught in this Great Hall. Howland Reed, maybe? I don't know. There's no... Howland Reed is very short. This guy is, like, nondescript. Just has a hooded cloak flapping. Hooded cloak. No mention of sigil. Nothing. I don't know. Hooded cloak. Could we find somebody maybe who's wearing a hooded cloak? It's not in any of these. It'd be in dance specifically. Cold Hands has a hooded cloak. Halden Half Maester has a hooded cloak. And the Hooded Man has a hooded cloak. Well, it's not Cold Hands and it's not Halden Half Maester. I can tell you that. What about without quote marks? There's a bunch of hooded, cloaked men that Summer kills. Hooded cloak. Uh-huh. Hooded cloaks. The guards are in hooded cloaks. Yeah, that's about it. There's nothing really to go off of. Umbers are too big and tall from their house descriptors. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. It can't be them. Because it's not mentioned. Can't be, grow food Moors. He has distinct eye patch. That Theon thinks about in the Winds of Winter. Not what's the other Umber guy? He has a really distinct beard. There's no beard mentioned. I mean, he might have facial hair, but it's like this guy is nondescript. He's like super generic. And he's wearing there's no sigil described. I don't know. I think this is a red herring because we know that this guy didn't kill Yellow Dick, right? One of the Spearwives killed Yellow Dick. So we don't really need to even be concerned with the hooded man. Like, he could be up to something, or he could just be a guy outside who's very cold. It seems likely that he's a northern noble, though. Like, either a knight or a lord. Maybe the whole point is that he isn't anyone, he just serves a function to get Theon's mindset to where it needs to be, yeah. I don't think Howland specifically is, but the Cranach men in general are described as smaller. No, Howland is specifically described as smaller. I don't know if he's as small as Cranach men in general. He might be a tall person among Cranach men, but he is quite small from the descriptions of him going to Harrenhal and stuff. It is described that he's small, so it can't... It's not Howland Reed. Any of these distinct characters, right? He's distinctively small, so it can't be him. You know, like if it was Tyrion Lannister, right, that he ran into, like you would describe how he was like looking down at him. But there's like nothing to suggest that. It's just a completely blank description. There's no descriptors other than this is the man. The man. A man. With a hooded cloak. Eyes plural. So it's definitely not crow food because Crowfoot only has one eye. Eyes, plural. You can't be Crowfoot. So that kind of punches a hole straight through my theory. I thought it was for sure the Umbers, but no, I'm wrong. I genuinely don't know who this is. Like, it could be anyone. Almost anyone. There's still a long list of people. It could be Slate. It could be a Serwyn knight. It could be a Tallheart knight. He's equipped with a dagger openly? Yes, that's allowed. That's allowed in the Great Hall. You're not allowed to have a sword, but you're allowed to have a dagger in the Great Hall. I guess it wouldn't be the Maester, because the Maesters aren't... If they are armed, they're not openly armed. Yeah, he does seem to consider killing Theon right then and there, which further suggests that this is a Northerner who's like a Stark loyalist. Hold on, I'm thinking Stout. It's not Stout either. Stout has one arm. Who we not accounted for? I know, we can take a... I can copy from my list. Okay. Oh my god. Alright. Not Ramsay and Roose. Not the Karstarks. Bowen Marsh isn't there. Melisandre isn't there. Sleaze isn't there. It's not Theon because he's not talking to himself. It's not Jane Poole. It's definitely not Stannis. It's not Mance Rayder because he's in the hall. It's not Wyman Manderley because he's in the hall. It's not Lady Dustin because he's a he. It's not Harwood Stout because he has one arm. It's not Hother Umber because he's too distinctive. It's not Moors Umber because he has one eye. It's none of the Freys. Also, they're in the thing. Tycho Nestoris, he's very visually distinct and he speaks in an accent. It's not him. Littlefinger and Varys aren't there. Tormund isn't there. Val isn't there. It's not one of the Maesters. It's not Bloodraven. Okay. So we've got a couple... possibilities. The Hornwoods. Maybe. Do we have any description of Lord Slate? Let's try and eliminate him. Lord Slate. Yeah, Slate is mentioned Lord Slate is mentioned. He's not described. Slate. House Slate. Lord Slate. Where's Lord Slate? Lord Slate. He's entirely undescribed. It could be Lord Slate, and George is trying to hide it from us. That's a very George thing to do. The Hornwoods don't have a lord anymore, but I don't know if they have like a sir or something who serves with them. Same thing with the Tallhearts and the Serwins. Like, none of them have lords anymore, but they do have knights, and it could be a knight. And it could also be one of the Ryswell brothers. Because Theon says they look the same. So we narrowed the hooded man down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 6 different people that it could be, and we have like no evidence for which one it could be. I think Lord Slate is probably pretty likely, or the Serwins. The Slates or the Serwins, because they would have more exposure to the Starks. The Serwins in particular are only like a day ride or like half a day's ride from Winterfell. The Ryswells are much further. Lord Slate seems like the most likely candidate to me. Hooded man comes into the book solely to make Theon think on himself. The words he says could be said by any male Stark Winterfell retainer that survived. Serwins are really close. Someone could have been going between the two. Is it said where they were in that scene? Who, the Serwins? No. None of these candidates are accounted for in the scene. The Ryswells are described earlier, but that's like on a different day in the same chapter. So it's not confirmed that they stayed there. And we do know that the Ryswells are walking around alone at night. Right? Because Rickard Ryswell is... he slept with one of the spearwives in the ruined tower alone, right? So it could be one of the Ryswell brothers. In the scene itself, no, it's not described where they were. Any of these people are unaccounted for during the scene itself. So it could be any of them, really. I don't think I can definitively say which one it is. I am surprised that we narrowed it down so much. There might be other things that narrow it down. Like if the Hornwoods don't really have a knight, then that would narrow them down. The Tallhearts, I'm thinking like Sir Tallheart. It's headed by a lady. Brandon Tallheart. His mother is a Hornwood. He's held captive by the Iron Men and then never seen again. Oh yeah, Lawrence Snow. Where is he? He's held captive at Deepwood Motte. Okay, so it's not Lawrence Snow. Not Lawrence Snow. He's at Stannis's camp. Okay. Where were we? Tallheart. Helman Tallheart is in league with Galbert Glover. He's left at the Twins. Benfred is killed. Dead. He's instructed to join the attack on Duskadel, and then doesn't he die? Not Leopold. Killed at Winterfell, presented by perhaps the hooded man is the titular ghost in Winterfell. Yeah, kind of, but I don't think he's literally a ghost. Yeah, Helman Tallheart is slain. Not Helman Tallheart. Dagmar keeps the surviving Tallheart family hostage at Torrance Square. Tallheart men. So Brandon and Baron are alive. Brandon. He's at Torrance Square. And Baron. Also at Torrance Square. So it's not them. That's the entire house Tallheart. So it's not Tallheart. Okay. So not who did we say was captive? Brandon or Baron Tallheart. Captive by Ironborn at Torrance Square. So actually, it can't be the Tallhearts. Aha, we've eliminated one. Now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 in 5 chance of being any of these. That's pretty nuts. What about the Serwins? They've got to be smaller than the Hornwoods, right? House Serwin. A lady again. Unidentified cousins. Kyle Condon. Oh shit, is it Kyle Condon? Is that where you went? Oh my god, it could be. He's like totally missing. Like these guys are never seen again. Where did they go? I don't know. Although then he would be randomly appearing at Roose Bolton's or Ramsay Bolton's wedding. No, that doesn't seem likely. Okay. It's not unidentified cousins. So could be a cousin. Let's see about Hornwood. Lord is dead. Lady's dead. Darren is dead. Laren Snow is accounted for, and he's not. And then their cousins are their Tall Hearts. So it's not the Hornwoods. So it's not the Hornwoods. We're down to 4. 25% odds of it being one of these guys. That's pretty intense. Yeah, we checked the Serwins, right? There's some unnamed cousins. It said it was in the Prince of Winterfell, so let's check that out. Dance with Dragons, Prince of Winterfell, cousin. Hornwoodmen and Serwyn cousins, plural. Serwyn. Not seeing any specific mentions. Do the Ryswells have any notable features that would make them distinct? Don't think they do. It's Rickard and Roose, I think. Or is it Roger? Oh god. Wait, there's 3 of them? Oh, anyways, let's check there. Roger and Rickard look alike. He does do some suspicious stuff, yeah. Yeah, but he's with so this is not Roger. He's with Bolton afterward. So presumably he was in the hall the whole time. Maybe he is called in and then that seems unlikely. Rickard. Could be Rickard. What about Roos? And Rickard Ryswell is I don't see why the father would do this. It's going to be one of the brothers, right? So yeah, down to 4. Just because Lord Slate has literally no description. We don't know about the Serwyn cousins who are unnamed and undescribed. It's just one of those Gardner moments. It's George Martin planting his seeds for the garden. I don't think we can find out who it is, but we did find out who it wasn't, which is a surprisingly extensive list. Yeah. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that we narrowed it down to 4 people. It's kind of insane. I guess there's another theory that it's who's the guy in the Brotherhood without banners? Harwin and Alan. Right, he's dead. Okay, yeah. Alan's dead. Harwin. Makes sense that he's throwing hands right away. But does it make sense that he's actually there? Harwin is with Lady Stoneheart. Also wearing a greasy sheepskin jerkin. I mean, he could have changed clothes, I guess. But he's with Lady Stoneheart, and this is happening, simultaneously. A lot of people get confused about the timeline, right? Because if he's a crow's it was released before A Dance with Dragons, but it's actually occurring at the same time. So Harwin can't be in two places at once. Oh, Haradra is suggesting maybe it might be Roderick Castle that you're saying. House Castle. He's dead. All of them are dead. Except for Beth Castle. But we can note that. Not Roderick Castle or any other castle. Entire male line dead. Yeah, we see him die. So he's definitely dead. Catelyn, her other assistant? Catelyn Stark. She gets one in A Clash of Kings, right? New one. Hallis Mollen. Hal. Yeah, that's the guy. Roderick's death is sus. Does Ramsay really have the strength to cut someone's arm off with one swing? Oh, we're going there? Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. No, Wex confirms it. Why would Wex lie about that? Ramsay and Wex Pike are both saying that this happened. Bolton explains he killed Roderick by chopping his left arm when the knight offered it in friendship. I guess. That would make him like over 50. I mean, I guess this has merit, but why would Wex lie about that? Wex doesn't have any motive to lie. He could have. I mean, if Roderick was alive, why would Ramsay not capture him and bring him to the Dreadfort, which would exclude him from the suspect list, right? And he's got his daughter captive at the Dreadfort, his only living heir. Hooded man is likely mature but not elderly, 25 to 40. We don't get a youthful or an elderly description. Yeah. Ramsay could be exaggerating the details but still killed Roderick. Maybe. Yeah, we didn't look at Hallis Mollen. And it's not Harwin. He's with Lady Stoneheart. Can't be in two places at once. Happens at the same time as A Dance with Dragons. Right, but Hallis Mollen. Hallis Mollen might be here. Muscular and a square brown beard. He has a tendency to state the obvious and has a loose tongue. Well, that seems to fit the hooded man. You know, generic brown beard. The muscles would be covered up by the hooded cloak. And loose tongue definitely... State the obvious and loose tongue definitely describes the hooded man. And also considering, like, the fact that he considered killing Theon Greyjoy, like, right in front of the Great Hall is pretty stupid. So, I mean, maybe. Okay, hold on. Here's some important stuff. It might actually be Hallis. Loose tongue. Okay, he's in River Run. Cleos Frey has the remains of Eddard. Silent Sisters are sent to transport them to Winterfell, guarded by Hallis, and bury them in the crypts. And what happens right before this? Right before we see the hooded man, we see that Lady Dustin is asking about, oh, hey man, where's the crypts? Right? That happens in Turncloak. And then in the next POV chapter, we have this this guy suddenly appearing. He's on the move north. Wentz, Jax, Shad. What do they look like? Yeah. They just vanish. 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 Okay, I think there's legs to this theory. They're completely gone. They could have been intercepted by... No, but see, but the problem is that the Ironborn and then the Boltons held the neck, which means they're, as Cody is suggesting, they're at a barbecue party with Hal and Reed right now. That's where they are. They haven't crossed yet. So it's not them, I don't think. I don't think it's Hallis. Would they leave Ned's bones to go do this mission? Probably not. Let's look at a map. Look at a map. Right. So this is actually inaccurate to the book description. I need to change this again. The neck goes across the entire thing here. There's not a single way through. Like it goes over this whole thing. Actually, I can open the original map. Yeah. Here we go. Yeah, this is a little more accurate. Well, the text is very, very specific that the neck goes the whole way across and it's just bogs the whole damn way. Maybe there's a few patches here that are grass, but the neck goes the whole way. So, I mean, Hal and Reed is somewhere in this mess, right? Hallis gets sent up. And, hold on, let's see where he is. So, Hallis is at River Run. And he has to get Ned Stark's bones north. How does he get there? If he tries to take a ship this way, then he gets caught by the Ironborn, and then we would know about it. So he didn't do that. He took a land route. So he either went up through Raventree. I mean, when was this? Isn't this when yeah, this is when Tywin Lannister's still over on this side. So then Hallis did go this way. Hallis went this way. And then he disappears. He could still be at Old Stones with Stoneheart. It's possible. Because I don't think he ever tried to cross the Twins. Otherwise, the Freys would have stolen those bones. Would he be hiding at Seaguard? I doubt it. Like, if you're going to pick a place to hide, why not Hagsmire or Old Stones or Seven Streams? Seems most likely that he's at Old Stones with Stoneheart. Because, I mean, like, yeah, I guess you could go through here, but, like, there's no real indication that you can. right? Because Robb doesn't mention it as a possibility for getting around the trident. It's not even considered. What about through the Manderleys? So they go all the way down the trident, portage the Ruby Ford, go back on the trident, and then go to Salt Pans, take a boat to... You know, why wouldn't you go to Salt Pans instead of Maidenpool? At the time, it hadn't been sacked. So you would take a boat at Salt Pans first, and then you would go up, and you would stop at White Harbor. I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible that Manderley has the bones, and he went around Dustin. Manderley does bring a ton of stuff, so he could have hidden it somewhere in there, maybe. Don't the Freys hold Seaguard at this point? Would be hard to hide there with the bones, yeah. Are these actual boats or just river boats? On the Trident, this would be just river boats, and then once you get to Salt Pans, that would be like a real boat that you're taking to White Harbor. Yeah, before people, 5, I guess, if you include Ned Stark's bones. I mean, it's feasible. Maybe he's not in the neck with Howland Reed. Maybe he's been at White Harbor this whole time. And then he comes up from White Harbor with Manderley's men. But then he would be noted as an attendant, right? So that doesn't really add up. So what, Manderley left him at White Harbor alone when like he's being watched by the Freys and the Lannisters at White Harbor, right? Because the Freys and the Lannisters are able to figure out that Sir Davos arrives at White Harbor, like a single guy. So no, he can't be at White Harbor. He's either at Old Stones or the Neck, I guess. Because Flint's Finger was taken by the Ironborn too, right? So, it's not Flint's Finger either. It's the Neck or Old Stones. He went up through this left side here, this west side, and then he couldn't get past Moat Cailin because the Ironborn are holding it. How much of the finger is occupied? Like probably just the hold fast. Possibly. Flint's Finger was never taken by the Ironborn? Oh. I don't know why I remember that happening. Oh yeah, you're right. It didn't get taken. I guess they could go through Flint's Finger. Yeah, they could go along the coast here, but then you're risking getting caught by the Ironborn. So you would have to go a bit further inland, and then once you're a bit further inland, you're running into Howland Reed. And then Howland Reed is taking care of you, so then So then what we're saying, Howland Reed sent them over to Flint's Finger, and then they went to Barrowtown, and then they somehow secretly came up with Lady Dustin all the way here, and then all the way up the King's Road, and all the way to Winterfell, all secretly while hiding Ned Stark's bones. It's a tall order. I don't know. It's possible, but it doesn't seem plausible. I guess we can say that it might be Hallis Mollen. This is true. But then we're asking for everybody at the castle to disregard that Hallis Mollen and his crew have shown up to the castle. Like, wouldn't that be notable that one of Ned Stark's household guards is in the castle at the same time as fake Arya? Like, would Roose Bolton really want that to happen? Because remember, the hooded man is going into the Great Hall where he can be seen by everybody. So it's not like Hallis Mollen is hanging out in the crypt. He's going into the feast. He's revealing his presence, which is why I said it's probably not Condon. And like, yeah, it could be Hallis Mollen, but I think it's probably not, because he wouldn't want to reveal himself. He would want to stay in the crypt. Yeah, Cody, I think you're right. I think Roose would kill him. He'd be FBI most wanted. Yeah, like anybody from Ned's men would be definitely suspect number one now that there's people going around killing people in Winterfell, right? Because that's another angle. Is like they don't... If Hallis Mollen is at Winterfell and he appears and he shows up to the feast and they don't immediately arrest him, then why is he not raised as one of the suspects later at the meeting with Roose Bolton and Lady Dustin and the Ryswells? Like, because Roose Bolton was in the Great Hall. He would have seen Hallis Mollen. And Roose Bolton, like, accompanied Ned Stark. He visited Winterfell a few times. He would know Hallis Mollen, or, like, at least recognize his face, right? That's super risky. What, just to grab some food? Instead of being brought food by somebody else? Because Lady Dustin has servants who can, like, bring food to people. Like, it's not necessary for him to walk into the feast. Now, the feast indicates that this guy isn't afraid of being known, his presence being known. It's just George is being annoying and doesn't name who it is. I don't think it's Hallis Mollen. There's just so many question marks of like, Hallis Mollen was only named captain of guards after the Dagger Assassin, so Roose wouldn't know him. I don't think Hallis is high-ranking enough to be noted by Roose. Yeah, but he's captain of the guard at Winterfell. He has the bones. He's counseling Robb before he calls his bannermen. Also, wouldn't Theon, like, recognize Hallis? There's no real indication that Theon... Hallis has spoken with Theon before, like, in the book. That's another reason that it wouldn't... I don't think it's Hallis Mollen. Well, I guess that's kind of the same as all the other ones. All of my other suspects, so I can't really say that, right? Because if Theon doesn't recognize him, then how can it be the Ryswells or Lord Slade or the Serwins? So, yeah, I guess that doesn't really make sense. Dang, defeated by my own logic. Ah. Would Theon recognize him after so long? Yeah, probably. He remembers all these other people. Remembers the miller's wife. Hallis goes south with Robb, so Roose would meet him sometime in the camp. Yeah. Hallis and Roose Bolton have also spoken, because Hallis was on Robb's war council, so they've spoken. Like, he would recognize him. It can't be Hallis Mollen because... More importantly than Theon recognizing him is Roose Bolton recognizing him, right? The second that Roose Bolton recognizes Hallis Mollen, like, it's over. Roose Bolton is gonna torture him and kill him and get information out of him, and you're gonna have a bad time. You don't want Hallis Mollen to be showing his face at the feast. Mance Rayder can show his face at the feast because nobody recognizes him. But Hallis Mollen can't. He's in a hood, yeah, but he wouldn't be in the feast. Like, somebody would look at him and recognize him. You're gonna say nothing about the edgy hooded guy who's saying nothing and eating the food and who you don't recognize when there's a literal serial killer on the loose? I don't know, seems like the first guy you would suspect if he's just hanging out with a hood on in the middle of the feast. Like, even the regular guards would be looking out for a serial killer. Like, that's definitely serial killer energy. And yeah, Roose would clock him as a Stark guy. Like, so fast. Hallis Mollen would be dead, so no, it's gotta be one of these four. Gotta be one of them. He's too notable. Yeah. Versus Lord Slate walking into the feast, well, that makes sense because he was already there. One of the Ryswells walking into the feast, that also makes sense. They were already there. Serwyn, same thing. They're already there. It's not really revealing anything to Bolton if they walk into the feast. And it makes sense that somebody like Lord Slate would be really, really upset with Theon. Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Yurisk. I'm pretty sure people were told about Hallis Mollen's mission, right? Yeah, because Lady Dustin is talking about it openly. She wouldn't talk about it openly if it was secret, right? She wouldn't be saying, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna capture those bones before they come up north." Definitely, for sure, because I totally hate House Stark. Wink, wink. Wouldn't the Ryswells have guards following them? They are a powerful house. No. Because Rickard Ryswell was sleeping with one of the spearwives, and he was alone. He didn't bring his guards with him to watch. So, no. They wouldn't have guards following them, necessarily. I think the Lord would. But not the brothers. I think it's one of these four people. That's what I keep coming back to. I think the most likely is Slate, because I like the play on words. It's like, the hooded man is a blank slate, and then it's Lord Slate. Cleaning the slate. A lot of good wordplay here. Seems like a George thing to do. I don't know. But every single other hunch I've put out there, but I immediately got disproven by the evidence. So. Yeah, Cody. I mean, I did say I wouldn't do it, but I already went through what I was gonna do. We had already read through all the Theon chapters on screen, and there's nothing else to really explore, so might as well do the hooded man. I needed something to talk about that didn't spoil the investigation video. I mean, I guess I can put the hooded man back in the video now that I've done this. I can say like it's one of these people. And then that kind of fits into the Northern conspiracy angle, right? So we're not considering the hooded man to be a separate suspect because all of these people would be part of the Northern conspiracy. Definitely Lord Slate. Like 100%. He's part of it. He would hate the Boltons like so bad. And he would also hate Theon really bad, like to the point of maybe killing him. Anyways, I did say that I would end like half an hour ago though, and I believe I have been going, for almost 6 hours, so I am gonna end things here. Thanks everybody for joining. As you can see, I'm working on the next video, but it's gonna be a while still. And we'll see how long it takes. I now have 16,000 words and 43 pages of Microsoft Word. So yeah, got to keep working on this theory. Thanks for joining everybody, and I'll be in touch soon. Take care.